Hello guys, come and sit down, come and join us. We're Talkaoke. Great, well, take a seat. We're kind of, why are you guys here today? That's what I want to kind of find out first of all.
And it's very... Oh, great.
Yeah, so that we can hear you.
Why did you come here today?
Because, yeah, guys, come and test our mic. Come and test the mic one for a little bit. Why are you here today?
Because it's Saturday and we tried it to go.
Yeah?
But it was a bit droppy for it.
Yeah. And so it's called Happy Streets Festival. What do you think? You know, do you like your street that you live on? Is it a happy street?
Yes.
Why? What makes it a happy street?
Because it's so colourful.
Because it's so colourful.
Oh yeah? Do you think all the streets around here are colourful?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we should have more colourful streets. Is that going to make our towns and cities better? Is if we start painting our streets different colours?
Do you think we should paint all the streets different colours? Yeah, do you think you'll make it nicer? Yeah, we have to go through the tunnel every day and that's pretty good, isn't it? That's all nice and colourful.
Yeah. Mum, aunt, friend of child. Yeah, come and sit down as well. What do you think of the festival today? You know,
We literally just got here.
Liz, you just got here.
She's
Guys,
been
come and
talking
take a
about
seat.
it all day. She goes to school right there.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah,
and we came here before and it was pretty fun.
yeah. Guys, come and take a seat. We're the People Speak. We're sort of having a chat today about kind of whatever you really want. We were sort of talking about earlier about Euros madness. We've been talking about happy streets because that's what the festival is called today. But maybe can we just have a round of names to start off with? So we've got Margot over here. Hello. My name's Evie.
I'm Susan.
Susan, yeah, we'll get you to speak into the mic actually, if that's all right.
I'm Kate.
Kate, brilliant.
I'm Larissa.
Larissa, and we've got Cora. Is that over that? Cora as well, brilliant.
Great name. And we've got also Mikey online, and there may be more people joining. And Mikey had a hand up, but I don't know, maybe the point has moved on. But yeah, happy streets. Can I just say something benefiting from having a mic just here by my face? Where we are based in East London, we had our street painted, like the shop fronts painted, and that's quite cool because we have now lots of new people coming into the area, people whom I've not seen before, and they come in and kind of take pictures of the walls, but then you end up having like really interesting conversations. So I quite like the colours. Big fan.
Brilliant. So yeah, so
my
thank you for your
contribution.
suggestion, Cora. We think maybe colourful streets are going to make your community better.
Well, if you have seen this, there's a bridge here that's beautiful, colourful, and then if you go parallel, there's the bridge that's not nice and colourful. So we really should do something about the other one as well.
And what do you think? I mean, do you guys know this area as well? You know, do you feel like that painting that bridge, it made a big impact on people's well-being and happiness? Or
Well, I'm the deputy head here.
oh yes, congratulations.
So, and I've been here since September.
Yes, yeah.
So that was the first thing I saw when I came to look at the school, and it looks beautiful. And when you talk to Sarah, the head, she talks about the impact it's had and how it's really brightened it up. Definitely, yeah, it's amazing.
Great. Okay, so you think that, you know, is this like an easy fix? Like obviously we've got like loads of new building around as well. So like there's like lots of people have got opinions on that as well. But there are small things that we can do, like painting our streets, that can make things better. I mean, how does it make it better? I guess, like, do you feel like there's less crime? Do you just feel like people are happier? A lot more inviting.
We literally cross it every single day for her to come to school. And I've seen it being built from what it was before to what it is now, and it's really nice and inviting, I think. It does make a difference, I think.
Okay, so it makes a difference maybe. Susan, we haven't heard from you yet. Do you have any opinions on this?
What you need to know is I'm profoundly deaf and I lip read.
Okay.
So I couldn't hear this lady. I can hear you. So I find it difficult. I'm only up here for the day. I'm visiting my daughter. No, I'm not. I'm up here for the weekend. I'm visiting my daughter, so I don't know the area. It's my first time coming to the school and seeing where she works.
Ah, brilliant.
So it's just been good.
Where do you live usually?
In Maidstone, in Kent.
Okay, yes. And I guess, you know, coming to London, what's your perspective on this area? And like, it's an area that's changing a lot. There's a lot of building going on. What's it like coming in as an outsider?
Well, I knew London in 19 68, 67, 68. I work for the Financial Times.
Oh, wow.
As the assistant catering manageress, yes. So I knew London then, and I lived in London for a while. And you know, I've been to London a lot, and I enjoy coming up. And obviously, this is an area I don't know. It's my first. I've been up once before. I came up for the day, didn't I? We didn't go anywhere. But it's just good to know that it's here and that you're doing things for the community, and that it's enjoyed and appreciated. So.
Yeah, brilliant. So I think one of the come in.
All like the fancy new builds come to the other side, so it's good to see when the bridge kind of got incorporated and everything starts like you even see the pavement by the main road is all getting refurbished, and it just feels like it's all being incorporated, the community is being incorporated in the fancy new builds. Basically everybody's thinking about that as well.
Okay. So that's because it used to feel like there was a bit of a split between the new build.
Yes, there's a split. But so I think it was their way of trying to incorporate the community into all the new buildings that are happening here.
And we've got some people online as well. I mean, Margot, did you have a point you wanted to make?
I wanted to ask whether, so was community kind of asked about that? Like, did community have a say about the choice of colours and what is happening in the area?
I'm not sure. I think that was done by an artist. She was commissioned to do the bridge. So I think there might have been a choice at that point. I don't think. But I am not aware of. I just know it's been commissioned by an artist to do so. I assume she just picked the entire thing.
Yeah, so it's interesting because we think, if we are going to put these sort of new artworks around the city, again, is it something that the community should be consulted on, I guess? Does it make it fair?
I do know that there was a grant or funding going on, and then the community was asked to go to meetings and kind of give their feedback on where they think that the money should be invested. I'm not entirely sure the outcome was to that, but I do know that they are trying to bring the funding into the community as well.
I've got a question. What should the money be invested in a way? What do people want in the area?
For our perspective was the playgrounds. We wanted it to be a bit nicer, but also not really so much security, but what happened a lot was you had a lot of grown-ups just drinking there during the night.
Oh, okay.
So it was a bit like, don't go if you don't have a child, don't go there. But we had a lot of that. So when they asked us a question, we just wanted the playgrounds. There's so many playgrounds around here, and it's absolutely brilliant, but they should be used by children.
Well, yeah. Why do you think so I'm just going to pause you there, Margot. But do you know why the adults were using the playgrounds to drink at night?
It might be that everybody lives around. It was particularly during the pandemic, like the first wave. It was, I think, that they all live around here, and there was a place that they could meet together. That's what I assumed. We don't see that happen very often anymore, and I know that there was a lot of people calling the police about things like that. So
yes,
in our view was like the playground, it was what we wanted the investment towards.
So it almost sounds like we need playgrounds for children and playground for adults, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, is it ever possible to have like playground? Obviously, we've got a head of school here with us. I mean, there's a lot of kind of safeguarding things kind of to consider, I suppose. But I wonder if there's a kind of creative way of making a playground that is welcoming for the adult drinkers and young children. Could that be a good kind of community cohesion thing to do? I don't know.
Yeah, let me just clarify, deputy head of school.
Deputy, sorry, on the record, a deputy head.
Don't want to take over her shoes just yet.
No worries. But yeah, so do you think a kind of intergenerational playground is possible?
I think during the pandemic, obviously everything closed down. So I'm guessing it doesn't really matter what there was available before or after. When everyone's in lockdown, there was nowhere for anyone to go. So I'm guessing places like open spaces and parks is where people would naturally go to meet adults and children, because it was the only place that was available and open. And I just really hope that as we come out of the pandemic, that the investment in the area is able to provide help and support for adults and children and families. Opportunities definitely for families to get together and to do things together, and just to really provide support to rebuild and to help people to reconnect as well. And I just think it's really exciting having events like this where we can all meet, and the fact that you're meeting here just helps us to kind of cement community. So yeah, let's just hope that we've got the beautiful bridge, but I hope that's not the end of the investment in the area, and I really hope that families here are put at the centres and really supported, so that it's not us and them either side of the bridge, but actually, that people here feel that they've got a voice and that they're listened to.
So I'm not from this area. Sorry, I'm not from this area. So what is on the other side of the bridge? Is it like a different communities? Like
it's more the housing price. So you're talking about things that cost $1 million plus for a one bedroom, and then you're talking about everybody else, which is amazing. And the tube's going to make a huge difference for this area. I lived around Battersea for a long time, and I welcome the change, but you kind of have to incorporate all sides of the community into the growth that's happening, not just make it super fancy and
brilliant. I've spotted some people from afar who might be curious. Guys, come on. We were just discussing a bit about the festival today.
So before you
go, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to get you to give a final thought about what we've talked about today. So just for the new people who've joined, we've kind of talked about maybe there's a split possibly between people who live on this side of the colourful bridge and people who live on that side. We've been talking about actually, if we paint our streets different colours, does it make people happier? Does it make people like the area they live in more? So, but before you go, guys, thank you so much for contributing. Have you got any final thoughts that you can leave us with and these new people to discuss?
Hi. I love the fact that there is evidence of investment in the area, and I just really hope that continues. And it'd be really nice to see how it looks in a year, in 2 years, and just keep that ongoing.
How would you like it to look next year?
Let's have more colour, and I love what you were saying, like more areas for children just to play really safely, and for families to be able to meet. Yeah. Thank you.
And make it worth a trip from Kent.
Definitely.
Keep it exciting.
Thank you very much, Susan. Brilliant. Thank you. That's true. That's the other thing we were talking about. Oh, we need a quick final thought from you.
Before you go.
We also talked about adults using playgrounds to drink at night. Any final thoughts from you and Cora?
We are I'm very excited about the new builds, and I just hope that they continue to, bring everybody together from both sides of the bridge.
Brilliant. So let's unite both sides of the bridge. Margot.
I've got a question. I mean, what do you think is the best way of bringing people? Because you said about house prices being very different on one and the other side of the bridge. I mean, is there a way of bringing people together despite of that? I mean, maybe that's not even a problem. I don't know.
I don't know. I hope that festivals like this that are happening here kind of get incorporated into, all the fancy areas that are being built around the tube station.
Around the tube station. Yeah. So you want to kind of have that money, and kind of all those assets
like this,
are shared.
It would be amazing if this actually grew to incorporate the entirety of the new developments, basically, not just our little community could just grow towards that side as well.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your final thoughts. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Cora, for coming to join us as well. Taking a mic test. We've got lots of new faces at the table, which is really exciting. So I'm just going to do, they only have 5 minutes. We're going to have to be really quick then. Can I have a quick round of names, starting over here? Charles, Ava, Miranda, Kayo, Aryo, Ezekiel, Skip. Okay, guys, I'm going to forget all of those names, but I know I'll try and remember them. We've been talking about, before these guys left, they were talking about one of the problems and the things they're excited about is the fact that there might be more playgrounds for people in the area to use. And one of the big problems is that we had adults drinking in the playgrounds at night. And so people have been put off using the playground. So there's that topic. There's also the Euros 2020. Are people excited about that? Are they sick of it? It's coming home? What is your opinions on it?
It's coming home. That's the opinion. Music.
That's the only opinion. So no, everyone's positive.
Music's coming.
Oh, you have to talk about music. Okay, you've been told to talk about. Okay, that's all right. That's all right.
What connects you to the music?
Yeah, well, why do you have to talk about music? What's
It's calm.
we enjoyed your music. Yes.
It brings people together from both sides of the bridge. Like anyone can boogie to any song, and regardless of age or class or gender or whatever, regardless of wealth. So
And do you think is that like all forms of music? Like what kind of music do you guys do? Do you think any music can heavy metal bring us together?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Why?
Why not?
That's a good answer.
Yes. Music is universal.
Yeah.
Universal language.
Speaks to everyone.
I mean, I've got a
I'm
question.
going to go to Margot over
and
here.
also Mikey, he's got his hand up, but I can't see him on the camera now.
He's disappeared. We've also got some people zooming in today, so we're a hybrid, real life online festival.
Hybrid event. But I was just wondering, because you guys are talking about music. I mean, are you guys from this area? Like, what kind of brings you to this area, and what do you make of it? I mean, is there some kind of particular type of music associated with this part of the world, or?
Most of us come from South London.
Mm-hmm.
There's a music academy, great music academy. Shout out to Sahana. It's called World Heartbeat Music Academy. That's where all of us met, and we do a lot of different types of music, and then we do it all kind of thing.
And kind of mash it together.
Well, not necessarily mash,
No.
but like we'll do different songs of different genres, and then put it in a set.
Mm-hmm. Very nice, very nice.
If you speak to the mic, they'll be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You may be familiar with this.
One of our lead singers, Charlie's from Brazil, so he's brought a lot of traditional bossa nova songs in to that, and we've used our musical knowledge and our experiences to express his culture in a different way than you might. So he brought loads of bossa novas that we arranged that have R&B. And that's one, like each one of us, even though we're all from different cultural backgrounds, when we play together, try to be one.
There are lots of nods. And so do you think do you think you guys performing at these kind of events, do you think you can heal divides between lots of new buildings going up and then the existing, you're all from South London, you say, so you've seen probably South London change quite a lot since you've grown up. Like, is it all positive?
I would say no. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but I would say it's probably not all positive, but
excellent, yes.
But things like this can make it positive, like anyone can come down and find a shared interest with anyone else over something like music, and like a building going up isn't going to cause problems unless the people inside it are unhappy or the people around it are unhappy. So if you can find a way to make people happier, like music does, then the buildings don't matter so much, and it's more the people inside and how they feel.
Plus, it's a thing like, it's kind of like not on topic, but
no, that's all right. We love off topics here.
I mean, if you think about it, when you're watching your favorite series, when you're walking down the street, you're listening to music. Either way, it's going to make you feel some sort of emotion, and that's the point of it. It's not necessarily supposed to be there to make you feel happy. Like, he sings a song that makes me nearly cry every single time I hear it, and Skip can vouch for me. But the thing is, it's the emotion, and it's the way that you can actually feel different things by listening to a certain thing that will make you feel more calm or something like that. I think that's really important.
And the fact that you didn't even know the lyrics for a long time, and it still touched her.
Exactly.
They were
As Zeke was saying, because Charlie's come from Brazil, we have all become such good friends with him, and it's because of music. Like, we literally don't have to speak to each other, we can just play and be like, yeah. So
no, I like this. I think it's going to bring people together. So I guess we've got loads of hands here. We go to Kane here first.
And Mikey, do you still have a point? We'll come to you next.
Oh yes, yeah, Mikey online.
I guess it's sort of in response to is there enough? But are there enough things like this? Is like one day, and it's like, okay, it's great to have a free festival, but are there enough free activity, free opportunities to engage with music in the area? No. No.
No?
I think that's what it changed. I don't think we're lucky because we're in a very good organization community. We do this all the time.
Yeah.
And everywhere else, every other area, you don't get these kind of experiences. You don't get an organization to support this community-based music.
Yeah.
We're coming to
Can you just grab this mic? Because I'm just not sure if it's working.
Is it working?
Testing.
Hello?
It's not.
Maybe not. Mike is shaking his head.
Mike is shaking his head.
But I was going to say, did you have any points over here as well? I thought I saw a little hand, so I didn't know whether you wanted to respond to anything.
No, just like
Agreeing. That's good. We like that.
Yeah, but yeah, no, there's not enough kind of small. It's the smaller things as well, which kind of get overlooked a lot. Small venues, small performance opportunities. And it's something that everyone can enjoy, everyone can be a part of.
We're gonna go to Mikey online, who has been waiting patiently. Mikey, you had a comment, a thought, maybe a question. If we can hear him, Mikey, come in.
It's a little while ago now. It was a little while ago now, so it's kind of things have moved on. But it was more about the playgrounds and the sort of, the idea that there were a lot of people drinking in the playgrounds at night. But in the UK, that's seen as a very antisocial thing. But it just reminds me of like my experience in Greece, where in the sort of local town square, everyone's out there, and like the well-off people are drinking in the tavernas, but the poorer people are just sitting on the bench drinking their cans, and that seems to be a much more sort of socially integrated kind of. And it is a playground as well, because all the kids seem to be up till whatever time of night.
Okay.
Playing around as well.
So you're saying
I think that's
maybe as British people, maybe we're a bit uptight. Maybe we get a bit annoyed about like adults drinking around kids and playgrounds. Maybe we just all need to kind of get on with it. Maybe we've got a new face at the table. Oh, sorry. Carry on, Mikey.
No, I was going to say there's also could be a music element to that as well. That when there's music playing, that changes the vibe too.
Okay, yeah. So maybe music can, I don't know, like help lots of different groups kind of coexist at the same time. We've got a new face at the table. Can you just introduce yourself? Say your name into the mic.
Hello everyone, my name's Kathy.
Kathy, brilliant, Kathy. Hold that thought. Before you go, guys, just give us one final thought before you leave. It's coming home, brilliant. No one's sick of it's coming home.
Love and peace each other.
Love and peace to each other. Thank you very much, guys.
Good luck playing.
Yeah, so we were enjoying your music
points.
earlier, and we're looking forward to more of it now. So fantastic.
See you later, maybe see you soon. Take care.
One thing I do know of people who actually don't like listening to music, and they'd rather just listen to a podcast.
Well, what I was thinking, how in some tube stations, because they were talking about emotions, how music can stir up new emotions. Oh, emotions, not new, old as well. But in South London in particular, I think in Kennington and Oval, they play classical music. And I always think it's just such a good idea, because I don't usually listen to classical music, but it chills me out. And then one day we'll have these intergenerational playgrounds of the drinking area, kids playing area, just have some kind of a calming music or classical music blasting out.
Oh, Kathy's on the phone, so don't worry. Come back, Kathy. Even if you're leaving, we need a final thought. It's very important.
Mikey,
hello over there.
Microphone number 4 is not working. I don't know why.
What I feel sad about about this.
So what?
Hello.
Which microphone is it?
4.
Yeah, but which microphone?
What kind? What kind is it? Sennheiser.
Is it switched on?
Hello. We've got someone who looks quite official. I feel like you've been working here today.
Okay. Try that again. Try this mic now.
So for people who are online, we are just having a quick interim mic check.
I mean, it's causing. Yeah, 4 is up.
That mic shouldn't even be in the box, to be honest. But there should be a better mic than that. Is there a spare mic you can swap it with?
Yeah, we'll swap it. Wait a second. But anyway, I'm switching on mic 1. So
hello. There we go. I'm back on as well. Excellent. Oh, William. I think that's quite interesting, this whole idea of trying to kind of like be okay with adults drinking in the park at the same time with children. Because I think maybe Mikey struck upon a thought of maybe as British people we're quite like uptight about that. Maybe we should be a bit less worried about it. I don't know.
I'm feeling there's like quite a lot of, I mean, for instance, the other day I was walking past school in South London because that's where I live. And I walked past the school, and there was like some kids, and some of them were like hanging out by the fence, and like my natural reaction was to.
And it's quite sad that I wish we had a gate here because all these wonderful people walk past, and we can't talk to you. But
Maybe they can come round
Yeah.
and come back. But there were some kids on the kind of hanging by the gate, and then my reaction was to kind of like turn to them and just like wave or smile, and then I thought, no, don't do this because they're going to think you're a predator. And I just think, you know, safeguarding rules that kind of like put, I don't know, just make me feel really self-conscious.
I think Georgia's got a point. She wants to feed in on that.
Channel 4.
Try channel 4?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No.
No, we might.
Maybe
we
it's
might
the cable.
have,
Maybe it's the cable. What color is the cable?
It's the blue cable. It's the blue cable. Maybe blue.
Navy blue. Okay. Well, let's.
It seems to be working to me. I don't know.
So it's just not booming out to us. Okay, so
I mean, just not as booming.
if you can hear it, then that's fine.
No, but maybe it's not loud enough. Maybe it's been picked up by the other mics. You've just got to try that mic by itself.
Hello.
How?
Well, just by turning down all the other channels.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No.
Got some curious people over there. Maybe they're like, what,
No,
what's
it's
going on?
making
Do they
the
want
kind
to
of
come over?
like it's
They're
making
not
the
so
kind
sure
of
at the moment.
sound.
Thank you.
But it's.
Are you with the
no
Happy
sound
Streets
coming
Festival,
through number
Kathy?
4?
Yes. Fantastic. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you for being aware.
How is it? How is the festival? I mean, I was saying it's quite exciting because I haven't actually even been to like a sort of summer fete festival yet because I guess they're only just sort of starting to come back up. But this is quite exciting. Hello, incoming over here. Do you guys want to come and help us test our mics?
Yeah.
Say something to mic 5.
Hello.
Hello. Come and take a seat. We've got Kathy. Kathy, before you go, leave us with a final thought. So maybe that's something that we can all discuss on the table. Maybe it's just an opinion. We kind of were talking a bit about playgrounds and adults and playgrounds. Yeah, brilliant. Hold that thought. We're just going to go to Kathy first of all. And what makes you happy? So very on brand from Happy Streets Festival. Thank you for that, Kathy. What makes you happy? There we go.
Being with my friends and cats.
Being with your friends and cats. Are all your friends cats?
No,
Okay.
some of my friends are cats, but most of my friends are humans.
Brilliant. Okay, so what makes you happy being with your friends? What about you?
What makes me happy is just going
Oh, that's all right.
just like having fun.
Having fun, brilliant. So, I mean, and also, mum, aunt, responsible adult, come and grab a seat as well. So we want to hear from you as well. It's been if you're talking about what makes you happy, that's been quite difficult this year, hasn't it? Being with friends, it's been quite hard, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So, what did you guys do to try and sort of keep yourselves happy when when everything was going crazy and you were allowed to see your friends?
I was squeezing my cat.
Okay, so you're squeezing. So maybe pets then were kind of like, they were kind of being a stand-in for your friends then?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But most of my friends are actually kind of cats, because I only have about 5 friends that are humans and about 10 friends that are cats.
Okay, so that's quite, so, I mean, especially during, so we're thinking about how you cope without having friends. You're thinking about, what's your name? Annabelle. So Annabelle is saying...
And that one's Amelia.
Amelia?
Number 2.
And so what is your name?
And Paulina.
Paulina, brilliant. So yeah, I guess, Paulina, you might have some thoughts on this as well, but we're talking about, lockdown, how it's quite difficult to meet your friends. Can animals replace your friends entirely, or do we need something else? Annabelle says yes. So I'm going to go to... What else?
If you speak to the mic slightly.
Yeah, we'll
There's a new member coming.
A new member? Yeah, there we go. Come and grab a seat, guys.
That one's name. Reese. You are number.
Yeah, so we were talking about
we've got a new person on the
you were saying one of the ways that you could kind of get over not being able to make yourself happy was that you could FaceTime your friends when you couldn't see them in person. Well, and was that as good as seeing your friends in real life?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah, why not?
But me and Amelia always have play dates.
Okay, yeah.
Mic 5 is down.
Because
we're living in the same block.
Yeah. And sorry, what's your name over here?
That one's Reese.
Is it Reese? Welcome, Reese.
Yeah, I know. It's
Brilliant. And I don't know.
I want to go play now.
We've got lots of excited people. Hello. We've also got some people online as well. Belina, I would say, what's your perspective? As obviously, you have some children in your life. How is it trying to get them to see their friends? Were you also impacted by not being able to see your friends in lockdown as well? No.
Social media. No, it's making life so much easier now. They've been on the WhatsApp groups. They've got the school set up the WhatsApp groups as well. So the kids were constantly in a contact. Every day they're doing homework. So they've been occupied, which led me to work from home as well. Yeah, it wasn't so bad, to be honest, for us at least. Yeah, Wandsworth managed perfectly within those times.
Yeah. That's quite interesting. So actually, sort of social media as a parent has helped you kind of, almost even better, you might say. Well, I guess one of the other things we were talking about, guys, so we were talking about how you can see your friends. Belina here is like, actually, it's kind of better that some of my children's friends are online a bit
mess
more.
Indoors after guests.
Not mess in the house, brilliant. So maybe there are some benefits from this. We've also been talking about playgrounds earlier and whether, can we have playgrounds where adults can kind of drink and be silly and kids are playing at the same time? Is that okay? Is it is it stressful?
Is
what
this festival kind of alcohol free, I guess?
That's true.
Alcohol the barrier. I mean, one of the things I was kind of wondering, because I know the council is planning a festival here in autumn to coincide with the opening of the stations. We were talking about that earlier. And I wonder what should happen there. Should it be just basically a kids festival? Because they're the future, and maybe is it about playgrounds? What is it about? Like, what could happen?
Embassy Gardens did similar thing lately. Yeah. They've got Alchemist, which is open pub with alcoholic drinks mostly, and then you've got play area for all of the kids living outside. So that's where me and the mom's sitting while having a drink, and the kids are playing 2 meters from us.
Hello.
Yeah.
And
is it on?
Yeah. So
try again.
There we go. Well, we can't test them all because we kind of want to hear some thoughts. So we were talking about, whether we can have places, should more pubs maybe have playgrounds so that adults can have a good time and kids can have a good time at the same time? Or, as British people, are we a bit annoyed by that? Do we not like having adults drinking around playgrounds?
I mean, I'm interested in this Embassy Gardens. Is that something, is that where you live at Embassy Gardens? Yeah. What's it like there? Because
expensive.
Yeah.
Not friendly.
Really?
And too many roads. There's no way to walk next to your child without holding it by hand. It's look lovely in the newspapers and in the news, and for posh people, it's an amazing area.
Yeah.
But when it comes to us as a housing, it is a struggle, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just
mostly
too much going
youngsters, people living in there, renting the houses. Yeah, it's really loud. Partying on Wednesdays, Tuesdays. Yeah, it is hard though.
So it's pretty crazy.
It's not a family-friendly estate.
Okay, right. Do you sorry, there's
no. I was going to say, I'll hold your thought, Margaret, because
I'm going to hold the
Georgia first, and then I'll go to Kane as well. And we've also got someone from the Happy Streets Festival who I think is going to come and join us on mic number 2. Thank you.
Is.
Wonderful. Good work.
I'm going
to go to Georgia first, but please take a seat.
What you're saying about the too many roads, would you, to get rid of the too many roads thing, would you kind of want to see like a day where the roads are opened up for just pedestrians, or do you think that would work, or what do you think?
Don't think that's gonna work. People want to park and get indoors as well. With the shopping being parked right outside of the block, so that's definitely not gonna work.
No, but
you can't make everyone happy, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. But I don't know, I like the idea of having a pedestrianised road, and
would be lovely.
Do you think cars are taking over?
Where I'm coming from, Poland, and to be honest, most of the streets Saturdays and Saturdays are being closed for the cars, and that's when people can walk freely like they did in York Road. Amazing initiative. We've been there last week. Yeah.
So you like the idea, but you don't think it would work?
It's still drivable. People can still get indoors, but kids can actually run in there. Yeah. I'm missing those times. We were raised in better times, to be fair. We could actually
I
think everyone play comparing to our ones. Okay.
I'm going to pause you there because there's a lot to unpack there. So we're kind of talking about you're talking about new Embassy Gardens. It's one of the Belinda's lives there. It's one of the new estates that's been built, but it's quite there's a lot of roads. Maybe people aren't very friendly. We've also been talking about, Kane, Alex, is this your name, Alex? Welcome. You're part of Happy Streets Festival. Have you got any thoughts on this before I kind of go back to Kane here?
On whether we were brought up in better times.
And were we brought up in better times? That is a really big question that I'd like to open up as well.
I think you want to ask a question?
And you want to ask questions about cats. Okay, so did we grow up in better times or something about cats? Or both?
Morning, guys. I think we did. No, we didn't.
Well, I mean, explain your thoughts
sitting on a
behind
fence.
that. Yeah.
Better health outcomes now.
Mm-hmm.
Less independence, I guess.
Okay, independence in what way?
Private life. We have a much narrower private life than we did.
Okay, that's quite interesting. So we're discussing whether, did we grow up in better times? I mean, we had kind of have a range of ages around the table, maybe, or we did anyway. So we've got maybe some thoughts online. Mikey, you want to chip in? And then I promise I will go to Kane.
How dare you?
Well, I mean, people were talking about a car-free day, but I'm wondering if it would be better to have a cat-free day.
Controversial.
Because cats actually are responsible for destroying British bird life. You'll see very few sparrows in the city these days, and that's partially because the cats will hunt them down. So just to give birds a chance, it'd be nice to have a cat-free day.
How would you have a cat-free day?
Interesting. So, I mean, I'm going to go to Kane because he's been waiting very patiently, but cat-free day is also on the table now.
And maybe Mikey could tweet about it as well.
We love the puns.
No, I think Mikey's idea is a good one, but I wonder whether, it could be instead of about birds, about bees, and then we can give bees a chance. No, well, peas is a bit too obvious.
Was that your point, Kane?
There wasn't one.
Because
But I was wondering, what are there ways that embassy, like by maybe having a big aviary or having beehives? I mean, Battersea Arts Centre has beehives on its roof. Is there a way that Embassy Gardens could be a kind of nicer place to live?
To be honest, I accounted about 10 birdhouses on the trees hidden in there.
I'm going to pause you there, Paulina, just for a second. Alex, as you go,
I'll come back in 20 minutes.
You have
can
to
you
do
give us a final thought, though, but just before you go, don't worry.
Every time you leave.
Playing by prison rules today.
Yeah, you won't be released.
No release.
There's one Zone 1 tube station that has 6 consonants in a row. Which one is it?
6 concerts.
I feel like
I've
done
consonants.
consonants.
There's one
right,
Zone 1 tube
okay.
station with 6 consonants in a row.
This is definitely a lockdown quiz question.
Thank you very much, Alex.
I've seen it.
I interrupted you, Paulina, because you were saying there were quite a lot of bird boxes around the Embassy Gardens. Yeah. And do they get used?
I'm not sure.
Who knows?
That's another
Mikey.
thing we can learn from Poland, where probably all the tube stations are 6 consonants in a row.
No, but I was just wondering if there's anything that Poland is doing that could be kind of injected into here. But anyway, but
into London.
ears. Also, we've got Larice online. Hey, Larice, how is it going? We can't see.
Howdy, Larice.
Hello. I'm very well. How's everyone?
Yeah, good.
Larice, have you got any thoughts on the risk of cats or car-free zones, nature in the city? Anything pique your interest?
Car-free zones would be cool. I know before you were talking about children's playgrounds and then having an adult park as well. That is a interesting concept. I don't know how that would work. yeah, maybe not. Maybe keep them separate.
Maybe keep them separate. Margot, you had some thoughts on that. And there's adult playgrounds, children's playgrounds.
Yeah, going back to this idea of the fest, because there's an idea of having a festival in autumn just to kind of celebrate the opening of the new tube lines. And I wonder whether we could celebrate a Polish side, just like style, close the roads, get people to use public transport, the underground public transport, and just walk and just enjoy walking. I mean, I don't know, and maybe just have some Polish things during the festival. I don't know what that could be, maybe pierogi making or something like that. I don't know, but what would people be interested in? But I'd quite like to see these kind of like different cultures reflected in the festival or in the area as well. Because I think other countries, I mean, I know it's Brexit and everything, but I think other countries maybe have got better solutions to some of these like issues or like bird life and stuff. Maybe there are better ways of doing it. I mean, how do we check the birdhouses are occupied? I mean, how much is their rent in the Embassy Gardens?
Do the Talkaoke with the bird.
Yeah. But yeah, so.
Yeah, brilliant. So maybe we can learn some things from other countries, and so that needs to be part of this big autumn festival that's going on. You want to encourage people to use more public transport, which is, I guess, kind of good because this festival, I understand it's supposed to be celebrating these 2 new tube lines. So, like, Georgia.
I was going to say something along the lines of like linking, like using less cars with like the climate emergency that we're in, and like maybe using like a car-free day as kind of a little bit of a focus on that, but also then celebrating like different countries' ways of doing things, and learning from like other countries in Europe, particularly in London. Like London's full of people from absolutely everywhere. Like what we should be listening to everyone, like not just the people that have got maybe the cars. But
I think it's a good point. It's a good point. So maybe trying out the car-free days. So it's like like you said, once a day, getting lots of different communities involved. Margot.
I was wondering because I think climate is a very important consideration. I think in Poland, I happen to know a little bit about Poland as well, but I think the government is in a slight denial about the climate change, and there's not that much done to help it. And I wonder whether that's the case in Embassy Gardens in the area as well, because I think there's a lot of construction there, because I went there recently. There's a lot of construction side, and I think constructions they cause quite a lot of pollution as well. So I mean, what's that about? I mean, are we prioritizing development of flats over the environment? I mean, soon there'll be no people living there, so there will be beautiful houses, but there will be nobody living there because everybody's going to be like, I don't know, suffocating on carbon monoxide or something.
I think,
but anyway,
was that? That's quite. Yeah. No, I was going to say, does someone coming in online? Was that Larice? Were you about to say something online?
Yeah, I just had a question. I wanted to ask Margot. I don't know what pierogi is. What's pierogi?
What is pierogi?
Kind of dumpling filled in with meat or mushrooms, depends.
So good. Lovely.
Yeah.
It sounds good. And what do you eat it with? Do you have it with like a soup or a stew or?
Alone with the butter.
Oh.
A bit of bacon.
Nice.
Anything greasy, basically.
I also really like the ones with sweet cottage cheese with a bit of cream, and I've got some in the freezer since Christmas. I don't know if I can still eat them. I'm just saving them for a special occasion. It may come next Christmas. I have no idea. I may die. I don't know.
I think you should save it for just any random day, Margot.
But this food talk has interested Georgia. I'm going to get her to come in on my
it's
time.
Definitely interested me. Food talk is always a good food talk. No, because earlier we were talking about how music brings people together, but I think food is a big thing that brings people together. And maybe if we, with the Autumn Festival, kind of thought about different foods being available, but not charging an extortionate price for them, because
people usually come to eat.
Like people will come if there's free food, especially, or I don't know, like this whole idea of bring and share, you know, like everyone from around Embassy Gardens just bringing their own kind of food and sharing it out. But I don't know, in terms of COVID,
like a big potluck dinner.
Yeah. Or like, I don't know, giving vouchers for like preparing the food, like I don't know, but I think
you got? I was going to say, are you a cook yourself? Are you a big foodie person?
Yes.
Yes.
Portuguese, then.
Oh, come and sit down. We're just. Oh, you have to work. Oh, so well, if you have a break, you want to come and join us, we'd love to hear about. Because apparently there's a big Portuguese community around here. Yeah. I want to hear more from the. That's where I bought my coffees this morning, from a nice man in the Portuguese cafe. I love and it's been known for a long time that Stockwell, all this around there, it's called Little Portugal. There's a lot of big Portuguese community as well. So I can't express any opinions because I'm in the middle, but I do quite like that. So where are we going to go with this conversation, guys? We've got Margot, over
I
here.
was suddenly thinking, I quite like the idea of people bringing down the food they are eating, and I just wonder what people from Embassy Gardens would bring, because when I was there, like, I had a similar impression too, probably know, where people just, yeah, it feels like they've got money, so, which, like, fair enough. So would they just order like Uber Eats, or would that be their thing they bring to a picnic, or would they be, I don't know, would they cook something? Would it be like super organic? I mean, I don't know. I'm just like having all the kind of preconceptions about people. But yeah, I wonder what they would contribute. We'd probably quite find stuff. Oh, Mikey's got a
That
point
would be
as well.
lovely mix,
Yeah.
I must say, because you've
Yeah.
got people from every single nationality living in Embassy Gardens.
Oh, really?
Oh, that would be a rainbow.
So maybe we should bring them out and just get those
Yeah, it'd
snacks
be-
on the
it'd
go,
be
get the
incredible.
pierogi
Oh,
going.
getting hungry now.
Yeah, me too. Would you
Yeah.
like a tangerine? I know it's not Christmas, but
Come and join us. Come and join us. We've just been talking about food, how it brings us together. Is there a food that you identify with quite strongly? We were talking about dumplings. Were they pierogi? Pierogi dumplings? Come and join us, guys. We've got very comfy chairs as well. Yeah, come and grab a seat anyway.
Come and let us know what your favourite food is.
In the meantime, Mikey's got his hand up. He has an opinion on this big food festival that we're going to throw for Embassy Gardens.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked about food and music, but I think also, especially bearing in mind what you're wearing today, Evie, there's also dress as well and costume.
Oh.
But I
Yes,
just want to
yes.
dispel the myth that Uber Eats is just for rich people. I got a Vietnamese curry and rice for £1.42 from Uber Eats.
Wow.
Wow.
How come so?
Yeah, why? How can you get such cheap food?
It was an introductory offer.
Okay.
So it's for everyone first time, and then
yes, and then very expensive
and
from
then
them.
it's more difficult.
Well, that's true because Margot was saying like there are lots of people who live in the new developments across the bridge that we've been hearing about, and then kind of the assumption is that maybe they have quite a lot of money, and then Margot's like, well, maybe they eat different things because they have a lot of money. Is it super organic? Is it, I don't know, vegan? Is it all from Uber Eats? Are these fair assumptions? Are they not? I don't know. I'm in the middle.
Oh no, definitely not.
Definitely not. Tell us, Paulina.
No, I'm on the benefits, and the only closest shop to me is Waitrose. I can't afford buying in there, so for me it's a journey about 15 minutes of the walk to the big Sainsbury's to get anything from the sale for me and the little one. So no, we're not eating differently. Still the same, still looking on the shelves.
Yeah. And that's quite interesting because obviously there are so many houses over there, but the big shop is Waitrose. I'm going to go to Margot and then Georgia.
You just brought back some memories, Paulina, about Waitrose. When I was a student, the closest shop was Waitrose, and I ruined myself on the Waitrose, even the basic range, but it's still more expensive. But yeah, I mean, I wonder, so what, maybe I paid for coffee £3.50 in Embassy Gardens, I just wanted to say. So I wonder whether this kind of how much things cost and what is accessible to people's pockets is a serious consideration for whatever happens in the area. Because £3.50 for a coffee is pretty damn expensive.
Yeah, it's a big coffee. And Larice, you've got a point that you wanted to add on that.
Yeah, I've got a question. Is Embassy Gardens the place where I got the sky pool?
Yep. Which is inaccessible for us as a housing tenant.
They've got what?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's out of order.
What's this? What did you say?
As a housing tenant, we can't access the rooftop, swimming pool or saunas. Absolutely nothing is accessible. No gyms, nothing for us, as they paying much more than we do weekly. So yeah, if you want to use the rooftop, it's only as a guest of somebody who's living in there and can afford it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm right in saying I read a bit about this in news because I don't know if anyone's seen. There's this big swimming pool in the sky, and it's supposed to be very fancy. But
It's
even
lighted up in the night. It's looking amazing. It's nice. Stand beneath it and take a picture of it in the background.
But you can't go in.
Yeah. And I'm right in saying even if you do live in the building, but you're not living in the right part of the building, you're not allowed to buy a membership even.
Yeah, not even a car parking there for us.
And not even car parking. Okay, so that's quite interesting because I know from my own friends who are families, actually having a car in London, if you've got a family, is quite important still. I'm going to stop trying to give my opinion to the middle, but anyway, I've got Mike has got his hand up. And Georgia as well. We'll go to Georgia first.
Well, I think I've forgotten what I was going to say.
That's okay. We'll come back to you.
But I wanted to ask
you with the swimming pool.
No.
No.
What do you think about swimming pools?
Oh yeah, that's true. Have you seen that big swimming pool in the sky around here? Have you got any opinions on it?
Wow.
Not so sure.
Huge ice cream.
So that's time for me then.
Okay, that's good. Talking about food. Sorry, I'm going to go back to you,
Great,
Mikey.
thank you very
We
much
got
then.
slightly distracted by some ice cream, so.
It's amazing.
Oh, sorry, Kane.
Well, first of all,
no,
it'd be
Mikey,
nice
you
to
first.
see everybody on the camera because I can only really see the empty chairs. But no, I mean, I just think this thing about the pool, it just seems to be very divisive because it's attracted a lot of attention, I think, nationally, but it seems like it's a very exclusive thing. And, you know, how important, I just want to just question the idea between exclusive and inclusive, because I think, you know, everything we've been talking about today is about including people, but the sky pool is about, you know, hello, look at me in the sky.
Yeah. What is it about? Like, I mean, what is it about? I mean, like, are people blind? They don't see the. Yeah, I mean, are people okay with? Yeah, clearly they must be okay. Sorry, I'm just talking myself into trying to understand the rationale behind having this really amazing looking swimming pool. But there you go.
And people not maybe being able to use it. Well, yeah, only
but no one can
people.
use it.
A very small selection of the people are allowed to use it, or even have the option to pay to use it as well, I guess is the other thing, isn't it? Where are we going to go? So we've got the sky pool here, so like things about access to stuff. I mean, are there any other swimming pools around here that people can use? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got the Lachmere one. One of the best in the area for a family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we've also been talking about food. Georgia, come back to your point.
I don't think it was the point that I was going to make before, but because I've
no worries.
But I'm interested in this idea of like exercise and exercise being free, because I think it should be free for everyone to be able to exercise, because it's really important to be able to exercise. And so I'm thinking along the lines of this pool not being free, and where do we think, or what do we think about exercise and gyms making money and profit from something that should be free for everyone? Because you know, like, I don't pay for the gym because I don't want to pay for it, because I think that I should be able to go and like work out for free, which is why I go running. But then I quite happily pay for like a dance class because there's free music that comes with it. So like, where are people's limits? And like, yeah, what do you think about exercise being free? Because I think it should be like,
yeah.
So sort of, yeah, exercise is, you know, it sounds like, you know, exercise is a human right, so therefore should all gyms be free? Hello over here as well. Come and join us if you fancy. I think Kane's also explaining the concept to you, but come and get involved. We've been talking about the right to exercise. Should it be free? We've got some problems with very expensive swimming pools that we're not allowed to be members of. You know, should you pay the gym lots of money? But do you mind if it's a dance class? Because you get some money with it as well. There's some music with it even.
Oh, I'll let you speak, Mikey, if you want to say something.
Yeah, Mikey, go on to the online.
I just want to bring it back to Uber Eats again, because Uber Eats, I mean,
they do ice cream on Uber Eats.
I was cynical about Uber Eats, but at the moment I'm in isolation, but before that I stopped a cyclist at a traffic light just because I was on my bike as well, and said, oh, this is a very exploitative thing that you're into, and you have to just cycle around, you must be exhausted. And he's like, no, this is really good exercise and I get to see the city. This is a great way to do exercise and get paid.
Oh, okay.
One of the so, you know, instead of paying for exercise, if you join Uber Eats or Deliveroo or other courier services are available, you can actually do exercise and get paid.
That's a lovely point, I must say. His husband did it about 2-3 years ago at the beginning when Uber started. He actually enjoyed it. He said it's his new hobby, just riding the bicycle all evenings, all night, and getting extra coins in a pocket as well. Yeah.
Okay, that was quite a nice point for Mikey. So actually, yeah, because you kind of think, yeah, no, are people? We've got some new people here. What do you think about? Do you ride a bike yourself? Yeah. Would you like to be paid to ride the bike? No. Why not?
Because I love riding bikes.
Okay.
If I could, I'd ride my bike every day.
Okay, so And you think if you had to do it as a job, so for example, if you were a cyclist and you were doing it for Uber Eats, do you think that would take some of the fun out of it? Maybe. Maybe, yeah.
I kind of wonder, yeah, I never thought of it like you guys just said about like getting paid to kind of just to see what's in the area and get some extra cash for it. I wonder whether that's something the council can think about, just, incentivize people to, I don't know, do like some kind of bike rides and get paid for it, or like if you ride as many miles for, I don't know, for charity, you'll get access to the swimming pool or something like that.
Okay, so maybe,
a great idea.
Yeah,
like
a way of giving people more incentive to do
like a
to
bike
do
coins,
exercise.
bike coin.
We've got a point online from Mikey. He's taking. There we go.
I just wanted to say, there's all these like what they're now called Santander cycles, and they're always kind of moving them around in vans. I'm just wondering if it should be like a similar sort of economy, that if you move a Santander cycle from somewhere popular to somewhere not that popular, then you actually get paid rather than having to pay for it.
Okay, so it's kind of like a greener solution to what we have at the moment. Encourage more people to cycle by moving around the Santander cycles, the Sadiq cycles, I think they sometimes get called as well.
I've never heard that.
No, nor have I.
Boris bikes is like.
And we're based in
I
East.
think it's trying to take it back from Boris because apparently he's not very popular. I don't know if that's something everyone
Boris
agrees
Johnson's
with.
not popular. That's interesting.
Yeah, is that something that we agree with online?
Are we allowed to agree or?
You're
not
allowed
agree?
to say what you like. The only person who can't say as much of their own opinion is the person in the middle, the Talkaoke host. They have to remain bouncing off point.
I think
Mikey.
from my experience, Boris Johnson is quite popular around the country. But, sorry to disappoint. He's not that popular where I'm calling him from in Hackney, but in other parts in the north of England, he's very popular.
Clarice, you also have a point. Maybe on Boris Johnson, maybe on being paid to exercise or paid to cycle.
I was just going to say, that's a shame that he's popular in the north. That's quite a shame. I don't think he's that popular here, or I hope not. I think he should resign. I think someone else should do the job.
Yeah. Why do you think he should resign?
Because he's useless.
Who did you say,
Herd
Louise?
immunity. Loads of people died because he didn't take the situation seriously. So he should apologise and then resign.
Yeah, so we have this odd thing because lots of people are nodding with you, Larissa, or sort of humming. That we disagree with how Boris, for example, handled the pandemic, but also he seems to be incredibly popular with a lot of people. So why do we think that we have this massive split between people who hate Boris, people who love Boris?
I'm in between, to be honest.
Oh yeah?
Neither love him, neither hate him. It's like sometimes he's actually dealt with the situations like a normal person, and I can't really blame him for how he dealt with Corona. The best specialist wasn't able to tell us or tell nobody what to do. Nobody was prepared. How could he be prepared if he finished even the same school that all of us did? It's really in between. Depends from what point of view you're looking at. Could be better though.
So Felina's quite neutral. She says he could be better, but also something like coronavirus. It was kind of like you knew so little at the beginning, so he can't take all the blame for that. Margot,
I'm just thinking about this kind of do we place just too much kind of weight on people who have got authority? Like we kind of expect them to know everything, have solution to everything. Because if they don't, well, they shouldn't be in that job. Are we like quite harsh, or can we be like empathetic to people in charge? I wonder if people are empathetic about the local council here. I mean, I don't know, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, oh, why is the swimming pool there? Couldn't you, or whatever? Couldn't you have made it accessible to all? I think we hang quite high expectations on politicians and local authorities, and I think maybe that's fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Actually, can I ask you guys a question? Do you guys know who Boris Johnson is? Yeah. Can you come and sit in front of Mike? Come and tell us. Do you think he's good at his job? Yeah. Come and stand and talk to the mic just so we can hear you. What's your name first of all?
Heike.
What was that?
Heike.
And then I'm sorry. What's your name?
Ava.
Ava. Heike and Ava. Do you think he's good at his job, or do you think there are things that he could do better?
He's okay.
He's okay. Yeah. Why do you think he's all right? Okay.
He's not the best.
Yeah.
The emphasis on that.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. You're kind of agreeing with Pauline over here, saying he's not the best, but
Yes, Boris Johnson is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I don't know. What do you think? Do you think
him?
he's been doing a good job so far? Do you think he's been doing a bad job? Are there any questions you would want to ask him?
I want to ask him a question.
Yeah.
Why did he put did the lockdown?
Yeah.
Why
did he do the lockdown? Why did he do it?
Yeah.
Because I think because people won't wear masks and stay 2 meters.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, do you think, oh, why is it more like why are we still in lockdown? Because we kind of know that we're washing our hands, we're wearing masks, we're staying away from each other. So you think, is that a good thing that we're doing now?
That is a good thing because we're not getting the virus.
Yeah.
Well, I have hay fever, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, so you got hay fever. That's a bit of a problem. What do you think? Is there anything that you would want to change about? Do you live in this area?
Well, I live near this area.
Near this area, okay.
And also near to Battersea Power Station.
Oh, brilliant! Wow. Okay, near Battersea Power Station. And what do you think? What do you think of all the new buildings? And like, there's a lot of things changing around the area, isn't there?
That's actually true. And also different things happening to Battersea Power Station that I saw coming here. And I was like confused, and my mom also noticed that, and my little sister was looking out at there, and also my brother.
So it affects a lot of your family.
Well, my dad's at home, which I'm okay with.
Yeah. Okay. So you live in the area. There's lots of building. You're saying it's a bit confusing, maybe, but it's changed a lot. Georgia, you've got something you want to say to that.
I have a question. If you wanted to add something to the local area, to where you live, is there anything that you would want to add?
Actually, yes. I really wanna go somewhere that's. I really want. So there's a construction site near to my house, and I really want it to be finished.
Okay. Yes. Well, why is it? Why do you want it to be finished?
Because I really want to see what it looks like.
Wow.
Brilliant. Okay. Yeah. So you want it like there is a lot of construction. Maybe it's quite noisy as well. You want it to be finished. You want to see what it looks like. Oh, thank you. What's your name?
My name's Janine.
Janine, thank you very much, Janine. So Janine was be making these points about there's a lot of construction going on, and you kind of want it to be finished, Janine, don't you? Does it affect? Has the construction, the sheer amount of construction around here, affect you guys? Does all this building affect you guys? Are you guys from here? Yeah. Come and whereabouts do you guys live? Ah, okay, interesting. Good. We've been talking a bit with Paulina, who's already here. What's your name? Ellie, brilliant. And we've got, what was your name again? Junaid, there we go. And we've got, Ava.
Yeah, that's my little sister.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, so we've kind of been talking about like how the area's changed. We've been talking about a bit earlier about playgrounds, whether there should be like playgrounds where adults can drink and kids can play at the same time. Because it kind of seems that's how it gets used at night time.
Yeah.
And just kind of, like what you think about this local area and all the building that's happening at the moment.
It's really nice, but obviously I've grown up around here all my life. I recently moved to Exeter for uni.
Speaking
to study law.
Yeah.
But coming back is it's crazy because it changes so quickly. So even being away for like a few months and coming back, it changed so quickly.
Oh, wow.
I think a big thing around like Battersea especially is like gentrification.
Yeah.
I think it's a really big thing, and I think it really I think the work is positive, but it undermines, and I think it ignores a lot of issues that go on in the area still, like classism and stuff like that. I think it's really, it's nice to see, it's really nice to walk around, and like my little sisters both love like walking through the power station and seeing all the new stuff and all things like that. But I think it ignores quite a lot of important issues as well, that that have affected me and my family growing up. So
Yeah. What kind of
positives
issues?
and negatives. I think, like I say, classism is a big thing around here. You know, there's a big divide. Like you walk, you're on Patmore now, like you're on Patmore Estate. You walk 5 minutes, and it's like a new world. It's a completely different world. They've got multi-million-pound houses. Obviously, the US embassy's there now as well. So very political. Like, it's become quite political as well in that sense. But yeah, no, I think in terms of issues, I think, you know, that needs to be addressed. Housing, social housing and stuff around here isn't that great for people like myself and other people like me.
Come and take a seat, guys. We're just talking to Ellie here, who's talking about kind of like you've grown up in this area, and kind of talking about like maybe some of the issues that are around in the area, and then kind of like whether new builds are really kind of addressing that, because obviously there's lots of money maybe that it looks like coming into the area, but yeah, is it, Ellie, you don't think it's really kind of maybe solving the issues you'd like it to see?
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think the issues mainly are, like I say, like you've got all these big multi-million-pound houses being built, and they're supposed to be affordable and stuff like this, but they're not affordable for people like myself and you know, my family and loads of people that I know, and probably most of the people that live on Patmore. It's not accessible, and I think so many issues are being ignored in terms of you know, like you've got private companies like Ballymore and stuff taking over and like building new houses and stuff like that, and it's really good to see the new houses and stuff, but it's not accessible for people like us. Like social housing that issue's still not been addressed yet, I don't think. So it's yeah, I think there's a lot of positives, but there's a lot of negatives that can't be ignored as well. To what's going on.
Sorry, what's your name first of all? Oh, brilliant, fantastic. And so what were you saying? There were a lot of nods there. You agree?
It's great to see the new development.
Just speak a little bit more into the mic. There we go. Thank you.
It's great to see the new development in the area, but at the same time, it almost ignores the current residents of the area and how we're helping them rather than just changing the area around them. It would be really nice to see the current residents really included in the positive changes that are happening in the area, because there are so many, and there are so many families in our local community that love our local community, and they don't want to have to move and they want to stay here. And you know, it's a really nice positive vibe we have in our community. And sometimes when you see like all these new build flats being built, I couldn't afford to live in any of them. And it's almost like it's creating that divide of, oh, we have to walk past all these lovely houses to get to where we live and we work, although it's right here in our community. So yeah, I definitely think it'd be nice to see more of the local community represented in the changes that are happening in our community and going forward.
And what do you think? Because obviously, you know, like events like today, they're kind of like, it's kind of to do with the council. It's maybe got some money from the developers as well. Do you think these kind of like events are helpful for that kind of thing, or do you think,
Definitely. I think it's always useful to know what's happening in your local community. I mean, just walking past through here now, there are loads of different things that I'd never kind of taken notice of. In certain terms, and like there's a new Wandsworth Art Centre, and like I love art and I love galleries, and just seeing that now, it's like, this is a new place that I could potentially go to. It's exposing the kids to more of the things that are in their local area as well. And hopefully a lot of the business in the area and like some of the people that are here today will really come on board with the school and help us expose the kids to even more of that. Because if we have these things in our local community, it's instilling that within the children for them to gain that own interest and want to go out on the weekends and ask their parents and their friends, and let's go and do this. We've got this down the road and this is here. Let's go and do that, rather than having all these nice new things being built but no interaction with the exact kind of people you want coming into them. And I think it's the children that do live in the area, come to school in the area, that kind of should be kind of targeted most in getting them to use what they have now in their local communities and really do make the most of it.
Okay, interesting. So that definitely does feel like there is this big divide, but you know, maybe like actually getting in children embedded into the community, you feel like maybe that will help break down that divide a bit more. I've got Mikey online who's got his hand up, so I'm going to go to you, Mikey, online. Margot's just going to turn you up.
I just wanted to Ellie's point about the classism and, you know, what that is. Is there a way around that? I mean, obviously, hearing from what people want to say, everyone wants to see money going into the area, but is it has it been sort of spent in a fair way? I guess my question.
Yeah, no, personally, I don't think it is. You know, you walk, like I say, you walk from 5 minutes from here and it's a completely different world, and it's not accessible to anybody in our local community at all. It's just one of those things that we sort of have to walk through and just acknowledge and nod and go, oh, that's really nice, and just walk past it because it's completely separate from us.
Yeah. Why is it not accessible? Is it because it's like either super expensive, or is it just everything's closed off? It's just private gyms and stuff?
So there's a lot of private private facilities now that are being built, like gyms, the swimming pool, for example. You know, the rooftop swimming pool, the new one.
Yes,
That's not accessible to any of us. That's private. You have to own one of those houses. I'm pretty sure you have to own one of the houses to be able to use it.
Yeah.
Which we can't afford, exactly.
Polina, you were saying you actually live in one of those blocks with the swimming pool, but not in the right part.
For a 2-bedroom flat. Come on, that would be a villa outside of London in the same price.
I have a friend that lives in the new builds as well. He's got 2 younger siblings, but they literally have to watch all the other like kids and adults playing in the swimming pool. They're not even allowed to go in it because it's like so near to them, but completely like it's not accessible to them. And I think another huge thing as well to do with classism and like growing up in an area like Patmore, it really affects the way a child develops. And I think, like, for example, I came to this school as well when I was little. And it's you know, when you're a child, it's a huge part of your life, and to see all these changes going on around you, you know, it's the nurture and nature of it all. It really affects a child, and I think to see that sort of divide isn't fair. It's not good for them because it creates more division than it does unity. And I think it should be creating more unity when we're putting, you know, when we're fueling money into our local communities. It should be everyone that's benefiting from it, not just one type of people.
So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Margot, you want to put a point in there as well?
I've got a question. I mean,
Hello.
I really agree with you what you were saying, but I wonder whether there's a way. I mean, do you think there's a way out of it? Is there a way of getting community on board with influencing the changes? Because it seems to me like you kind of mentioned, I don't know, like some parts of the community are almost expected to walk past something and acknowledge. It's like, oh yeah, that's nice, but actually the interaction is not. There is no way of interacting. Is there a way to kind of have your points put across to whoever makes decisions?
I think I think that's another huge issue as well, is trying to like get our voices heard, because I think a lot of local voices are quite quiet in terms of the councils and the people that make the decisions, really. So I know that there were some petitions and stuff going around when it you know, when a lot of the new builds were being built and stuff like that, and it's quite negative feedback in terms of like people like myself. And I think if you're gonna, like I said, if you're gonna fuel that money into the community, it should be everybody benefiting from it, not just one type of person. And I think most importantly as well is that like events like this that are going on now is so nice to see, because it brings so many different people together. And I think I'm not sure of the lady's name that asked the question just then.
Margot over there.
What she was just saying, I think events like this are really important because it shows a sense of community as well, and you don't have to have like a lot of money to be able to come here and enjoy yourself. So for example, like Ava just ran over to me and asked me for £1 for ice cream, and that's like pretty good price for ice cream these days. Like you know, you go to Battersea Park and it's like £4 for an ice cream. It's just not, do you know what I mean? It's not accessible in that sense. So
well, I was living here in Embassy, haven't met there nobody, absolutely not a single neighbor. Why my daughter started in a school, I've apparently met everyone within the first week. All the neighbors who's got kids in the school and people on the festins like that. It's really helpful. I think the school is bringing most of us as a neighbors together rather than what's outside of the block.
That's quite interesting. That was also a point that you made, that actually like the school feels in some ways like the only way that's kind of bringing people from one side of the community to the other side. Like I know the colourful bridge over there, so maybe the more expensive new builds to the Patmore estate as well. So I guess, you know, like are there... And then we were also talking about, you know, how are people's voices heard? You know, is it hard if you're in the people who already live here to get their voices heard? Margot, you also have a point. And then Larice, I'm going to go to you. I'll go to Margot first and then Larice.
I was wondering whether if schools and if schools are such a good place to meet other people, I mean, should we incentivize people to have more children, basically? Because I mean, I don't know how big these flats are in these new developments. Maybe they're big enough to have like bigger families, but I think there's something, something that kids do quite well. I mean, I'm just like half joking, half not joking with it, but do you know what I mean? Like kids just kind of don't have that problem. They don't see lots of things that we see as grown-ups, and they wonder whether that's something that we can kind of learn from them, but not, or maybe we're just like too far gone. I don't know. But all the people who are looking, come and get involved like for 5 seconds, because if you're connected,
we want to hear your opinions
from you. And Larice, go ahead.
I was just wondering if there was more kind of equality, or the local people had more money given to them by the government, where would you guys like it to be spent?
Okay, yeah. So if anyone who didn't hear that, if you guys got more funding into the area, where would you want that funding to be spent?
Play areas.
Play areas.
Opportunities for children.
Opportunities for children. And so, why play areas and opportunities for children? Is that something that really is not around here at the moment?
Honestly, I wouldn't say so, and if so, definitely not enough.
Yeah.
There's nowhere near enough the provision of quality and safe play areas for children to be able to go to, for parents to feel safe that their children are in, and not just like, the nearest whatever playground it is, you'll have to make do with that, but an actual good playground that children of all ages can enjoy, and it's not just the same equipment being repeated over again. And again, not just opportunities for play, but opportunities for children to get into places that they shouldn't be expected to pay for. So like, I know a lot of our big museums have free entry, but then there should also be like a free travel ticket, so you can get from wherever you are to get there, because sometimes that's the barrier. And it's like, okay, you've given us free entry and whatnot, but to get us from A to B, and sometimes if it's a household that has more than maybe 1 or 2 children, that alone can become travel, getting there and back, and then food during the day, and that in itself exactly becomes the barrier to children getting to access these things that are already free.
We've got some people behind us who I think are quite curious. We're saying we're discussing about people. Sorry, remind me of your name.
Habiba.
Habiba. So Habiba was saying it's quite the barrier maybe to there needs to be more free stuff for kids to do.
That's okay. We can figure it out. Don't worry.
Well, if you want to come and sit in front of Mike, we've been discussing even stuff like free museums. You still have to pay to get a ticket to get there. If you've got 2 kids, 3 kids, something that's a big barrier to kind of to try and access that. So we're saying if you have more funding in the area, you'd want more things for kids to do. Habiba, you also meant. Ellie?
I would say social housing as well. It's a huge thing that needs to be money pumped into it, because some of the conditions that people are living in around here are not acceptable at all. I mean, myself included, we've got a lovely house, but it's only 2 bedrooms, and we're overcrowded. There's myself, my mum, my little sisters, and my little sister also is autistic, so she has a lot of needs that have to be met as well in terms of her own space. So it's pretty much 1 room between 3 of us. My mum, my little sister, and myself. So I don't think it's acceptable conditions, that some people are living in around here. And I think that's what we need to be pumping the money into as well, is social housing, because, a better life at home for children and people, it reflects in the society. We're only beings of the structure and the society that we've been brought up in, and we reflect that. And I think that's a huge thing that people forget, when we're brought up around, areas like this and stuff, and you're looked at and you're discriminated against for the way you talk, for the way you look, for the amount of money you have, and all these things feed into reflecting into our future as well.
So you kind of want, so there's like a lot of ideas to unpack there. So there's the idea of kind of getting more funding. It sounds like maybe also, spending it on existing social housing, building more social housing. And it seems odd because there seems to be a lot of housing being built, but a lot of it is not social housing. And we can
say when the lockdown hit and I started teaching from that January till March, I never realized just how much housing impacts a child's education, and just how much it makes a difference where that child is waking up, sitting to do work, how they're able to focus, what their break space is like. So again, when they have break time to during the day, they've got playgrounds to run through. At home, what's that equivalent? At school, they've got, you know, tables to sit at and equipment to use. At home, what's that equivalent? And that really will impact a child that has and that doesn't have, because they won't be able to attain the same with, number one, not being at school, and then number two, at home, not being able to do the simple tasks that, however much they want to engage, makes it difficult for them through no fault of their own. I mean, some people might not have a dining room table or like
big kitchen table, Wi-Fi.
Or you might have or you might have a laptop at home, but then you've got 3 kids. So who do you prioritize gets to do their work first? Whose work's more important, or who, if you're trying to support that child, is then engaging with the other children? And it just really made me realize that conditions of social housing will impact on a child's attainment at school.
So I think that's a brilliant point that Habiba made about, you know, actually just the place where you live can actually have a really big impact on, you know, how you grow up as a child. We've been talking about maybe like divides that adults see, but children don't when they walk around an area. But we've got loads of new faces at the table. So I thought maybe the first thing we can do is just do a round of names. We're going to start over here with this lady over here. What's your name?
Hind.
Hind?
Yeah.
Hind. And we've got
Paulina.
Habiba.
Ellie.
Do you want to speak into the mic? What's your name? Jude, fantastic.
Luke.
Dolly.
Brilliant. So, I mean, guys, this is the People Speakers Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. We can talk about anything we want. Oh, okay, Habiba has to go. So this is one of the rules, is you have to leave us with a final thought.
Or question.
Or question that we can discuss.
On the spot now. Final thought, more events like this is what's needed in our community to expose us and the kids to the opportunities that they have within our local area, and to hopefully get us more.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Habiba. It was fantastic to have you. You got a round of applause. That's brilliant.
This is crazy. We can now do like a real round of applause as opposed to sound effects. This
Exactly.
is like brand new. Because
so we've been talking about, and also, Sarah, if you want to have a seat, you want to take the weight off your feet, please do. Okay, that's all right. Well, if you have any thoughts you want to chip in, I mean, so guys, we're left. Habiba said, you know, events like these actually have a really big impact on like trying to get, you know, different, like, you know, people who are living on that side of the road to meet people on this side of the road, and actually kind of makes people a lot happier, makes people understand each other a lot more. Do you guys do a lot of events like this? Do you think these are useful? Speak into the mic if I get you.
Yeah, I think having events like these are extremely useful, and it's like, it's wonderful, like, as a performer to be up on stage and to be doing stuff again.
Yeah.
But also, like, more so than that is just seeing people interacting with people again, and seeing, like, families come together. It's like, you know, I've got my mum, for instance, she's got 2 younger children, my 2 little sisters. So for them to actually finally be able to go out and interact with other children their age and like listen to live music, it's all a bunch of like inspiring stuff for the next generation, and we need way more of it, especially free stuff. Because there's like, you go on and like, I'm like, okay, cool, I want to go to the theatre now, I want to see some live performances, like, you know, acting and that. And they're all so incredibly expensive. And a lot of these things is like, there's no opportunity for like families, there's like hardly any opportunity for like low income people. It's just difficult now that we're coming out, we're shifting, we're like metamorphosizing into this new era.
Yeah.
But we need that way more.
Okay, so yeah, we've got that. Ellie, you've got a point that you want to make.
Good point. To do with like the creative arts and stuff like that. This exposes, like, events like this exposes children to like the more creative side of school and of careers and stuff like that, which I think is needed, because the arts industry has taken a huge hit from not only coronavirus but the government itself. It's been the lack of funding, the encouragement to be more academic rather than creative. It's always seen as a lesser career or as a lesser job, and I think it's completely wrong, because I think children should be encouraged to be creative and use their skills, whether that be drawing, music, dancing. Like you said about the theatre, it's so expensive to go to the theatre now. Ticket prices are crazy, and not only is it getting more expensive, it's also becoming less accessible because of the funding in terms of just going into the creative arts as well industry. So I think that's another huge thing as well that the government are really lacking on in terms of like creative arts and stuff like this.
Okay, yeah. So there's kind of like maybe there's some frustration that we've got a lot of creative things around, but they're slowly becoming more expensive. Just at the time, maybe that you were saying, Luke, that we actually need more creative opportunities, and we need more people, like ways of like seeing live art, seeing real people doing things.
I was just thinking because some time ago we went around, around the Embassy Gardens and areas around here, and people around Embassy Gardens, they were saying, "Oh, we've got some skills. We'd like to like spread them out to others." And I know the council's doing, they're planning another festival in autumn. I mean, obviously, festival's a good thing, like Habiba was saying, but in a way, could it be a bit more pragmatic, more practical, like you're saying about, how do we exchange skills? How do we point kids towards viable careers and inspirational careers as well? So I quite like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask these young men who they want to be when they.
Because Ava's just gone off, so
that's all right. Have you got a quick final thought?
Yeah, I'd probably just say like,
cool.
keep things like this going, and
Keep it going.
and also just all the points that I was making about like social housing and looking after our community and creating more unity rather than division. I think is most important.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ellie. It was great to have you here. Woo!
Thank
Fantastic.
You, Ellie.
So, guys, we've been talking about, we've been sort of saying like events like this are quite positive. You're saying that there's supposed to be another event like this, celebrating the new tube stations being opened up. Are you guys? What do you guys want to see at another festival like this? What kind of things would you want to see? What's your name, sir?
Osman.
Osman and Sergey. If you speak into the mic, so I can hear you. Into the orange thing.
I just want to look at the YouTube for London.
You want to look at YouTube for London?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you explain a little bit about what YouTube for London is?
Take a seat, boys. Take a seat and speak to the mic.
Woo!
Yeah. Okay. So I think have you guys heard of YouTube for London? Can you help us on this?
No clue.
No, that's all right. But we'll park that concept there. If you think about, what? Oh, there we go. We've got Margot wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, I can't explain what YouTube for London is, but I just wanted to ask maybe people around the table. I mean, because obviously we've got artists, you're performers, right? You're musicians, right? So I wonder, like, asking young people around the table, what kind of performances would they like to see, or would they like to get involved in? Are you guys into music, into dance, into spoken word? And hello, welcome to Talkaoke, new people as well. But
yeah, guys, come and have a seat if you like. Got some very comfortable chairs. But yeah, what kind of like
number 4
music? Have you got some thoughts? What would you like to see? Speak into the mic, and then I can hear you.
Yeah, go for it.
I think children should be having an opportunity to have fun, and also some children, they have mental health, which can like be in a chance of something that makes them happy or joyful. Because
well, we're just going to listen to this lady over here.
Because some children have mental health and they struggle a lot.
Yeah.
And for example, like toys for children have been overpriced lately, because the more people like children, the more they get like more overpriced, and it's been really hard because some children actually they have a lot of emotions, and some people make fun of those people that have emotions.
Yeah.
Because some people, they can cry, but they just don't allow children to have fun and cry, because sometimes children they make fun of because they cry and they have mental health.
Yeah, so like I think there are some two really good points there. Yeah, so you're talking about like actually like lockdown. It's had a really big impact on children, maybe unfairly. So those people who've got more mental health issues or problems, or just need a bit of help,
and you're getting a lot of agreement online as well.
Yeah,
there's like big agreement online. I think mental health is such an important issue. Thank you so much for bringing this up. I wonder if what could help young people who are struggling with mental health. Anything that maybe that works or you can recommend.
I think like mini clubs and like toys that make them forget about all their past life and everything that they struggle on, or just somebody to support them. Like schools, they should be having teachers to cooperate in that situation.
Okay, so yeah,
clubs.
so more places for stuff to do stuff, so you kind of got a bit of distraction, but also maybe a bit more help from adults as well, so teachers or counsellors or that kind of thing as well. Brilliant.
I mean, we were talking earlier about having those kind of oh gosh,
like
what are they
free
called?
playgrounds?
Yeah, playgrounds for like adults and kids. And I wonder whether, that could be something themed around mental health. I don't know, just bring everybody together, help each other, and learn from each other, allow each other to cry, be public with your emotions. We had some musicians here earlier talking about, music can really help provoking some emotions, and that's a good thing. I mean, there's some nods from the musicians, maybe. I don't know what music you guys do, but
Are you guys with is it World
Yeah,
oh no, you're the Beatbox Academy. Okay, so how did you guys get involved in the Beatbox Academy?
Well, it's kind of just from being involved with like the local area, as well as like I know one of the people that runs it, and he was just like, "Come along, you'll like it." And I was one of those kids that was like playing my video games, shut in at the time, and just like not really going out much. Like I don't really want to come, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then I was like 16 and started going, and then since then I've been consistently going, and just obviously due to COVID, that kind of broke up a lot. So for me, where I am right now, it's coming back into this world of performing and just getting on with people and connecting with people, because it's really difficult. I've been finding it struggling still. Now it seems to be leveling out, which I'm happy for.
Yeah. Okay, that's quite interesting. So there's all this idea about like, how do you connect with people? Is there stuff to do? There are lots of ideas over here. So I'm going to say, are there things for you guys to do? Do you feel like there's enough fun stuff for you guys to do on the weekend or after school? And like, what kind of stuff do you want to do? What's your name? Akayo? Mikhail. What kind of stuff do you like to do? Is there enough of it around here?
Play football.
Okay, yeah, playing football. Is it
very
quite
timely.
easy? We were talking about this earlier about sport and stuff. Like, is it quite easy to get involved in sport around here? Like, are there enough places to play sport? Do you have to pay money to do it? I don't know. Table number 4. Have you got any sort of opinions on that?
It depends your sort of age range, but I think for people my age, this is a time where you start to mold yourself into what you want to do.
Yeah.
And I think having a sport that's like something you can consistently do, it's good, it's healthy, you can make friends. I think that's fine. I play volleyball, but it's in Crystal Palace and Brixton.
Okay,
I couldn't find any in my area. But yeah, I think football's fun. My brother's playing in the league right now. Yeah, I think it'd be good to have more sporting opportunities for older years as well.
Yeah.
Preferably free. But obviously if that's not possible, then yeah, fair enough.
So all sort of cheaper at least.
Yeah.
I guess, so what do you think? Like, because we were talking about, do I need to... Oh no, I don't know quite sure what's going on there, but don't worry. We're talking about, we've got a final thought from Paulina. Thank you very much. You've given us some great opinions. Can you leave us with a final thought, maybe a question for the table?
Final thought, the school is the best in the area.
Brilliant. Okay, that's very nice. Big up. The school is very good, I think, in the area. Give her a round of applause. Thank you, Paulina. And brilliant. I'm quite interested because we kind of got we got younger people and then we kind of got older people here as well. You were saying that, it kind of, when you get a bit older, it's maybe a bit harder to get involved in sport, like maybe as you hit teenage years. Like, why do you think that is? I'm going to go over here first and then I'm going to talk to you guys. Wait. Polly, we haven't heard anything from you. We haven't heard anything from you. Have you got any opinions on this? Do you feel like you still want to do sport? Do you feel like as you get older, there are less opportunities for you to get involved in sport?
No, it's more as you get older, you get quite like emotional and hormonal. So like some kids might be like very active and love to go out and do all these things, but others, it depends really how your mental health is. Some kids are like happy and love to go outdoors, but others can be quite like sad or depressed, or they might have something going on at home. So it's good to because not everyone has a good home life.
Yeah.
So it's good that some children have a club to go to or something to take their mind off everything going on.
Yeah. Okay, that's quite a good point. So maybe it's as you get older you change a bit, and then sometimes having that sport is a really good anchor, but sometimes you don't always have that, or you go out and find other things. So maybe you go do beatboxing. Maybe I guess we've got some younger people at the table as well. Maybe they're a bit distracted. I'm not so sure. We'll see. How about yourself? What's your name, first of all?
My name's Kenzie.
Katie.
Kenzie.
Sorry, what was that?
Kenzie.
Kenzie.
Yeah.
Kenzie.
Just to expound on her point, I think for me, sports is an escape. So I do it to get away and like sort of improve my mental health. Because with sports, it's not just a physical thing. You need to be in the right mental like mindset as well. Because obviously, since most sports are team sports, like you need to be able to be there for your teammates, sort of show up to practice, that type of thing. So I think for me, sport is more of an escape than like just doing it to do it. But I think especially as you get older, there's a lot of different escapes that aren't so good, you know, drugs, that type of thing. So I think having sports is sort of the healthy way to improve your mental health and your mindset on things.
Yeah. Because we were talking about earlier actually about like how we're talking about, you know, getting fit and actually quite a lot of, you know, if you want to use a swimming pool or whether you want to go to the gym or something, it costs money. And then someone I think online on the chat was saying that actually they were doing some Uber Eats, like cycling. And they were like, I love it because I can cycle around and I get paid to do it. But then there's someone else that's saying, well, actually, maybe Uber Eats cycling, it's a bit exploitive. Like as a driver, you don't really get enough money. So I don't know. I'm curious about, is this something that anyone's ever thought of? You know, what are your opinions on like, can we try and like monetize our own exercise to kind of, you know, improve our mental health, but also maybe improve our pocket as well? I don't know. It's a concept that came up. I think, Mikey, do you want to say something? I don't know whether you're taking yourself off mute or we have got some people online as well. It's kind of a hybrid real life online event.
Yeah, I've got a point if I may. I mean, obviously these guys have got point. Do you guys want to make a point to have a point? Okay, you've got a point. You wanted to say something?
Oh yeah.
About the Green Park and the King Cross and Pancras.
Yeah.
The Green Park first station is the Piccadilly line YouTube is going for the next station called King Cross and Pancras. I never heard about this before.
And now that you have heard about it, do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea?
I think it's a bad idea.
Wow, bad idea.
Because it's modified. I never saw of the next station of down Green Park about the station King Cross and Pancras, and I didn't heard about the Piccadilly line arrived down when the repair train with the platform screen doors, and about it I heard I watched on the tablet about the doors closed about in the Jubilee line.
I've got a question for you though, because can I ask you a question? Because I don't know if you guys know, but there are 2 new train stations opening up, not so far from here. And I wondered whether you think you like this idea or not. Do you think you need more train station in this area? Guys. But also there's some
we got some new people. So I'm going to say have a think. Are new tube stations good thing to have? You have got your hand up, and then I'm going to go to Kenzie. Is it good to have these 2 new tube stations?
Yes.
Yeah. Why?
It's because I don't know about new stuff. Because I never tried stuff that's new before.
Okay, I like that. So you're like, you know, I'm embracing change. I like new things, so I'm excited about trying out these new tube stations.
Do you go on the tube? Do you go on a tube train a lot?
Yes, sometimes.
Sometimes. You do. Brilliant. So there are lots of tube users over here. So you guys are excited about using tube. Kenzie, you had a point about the new tube stations.
To having like more doesn't work. I think there's benefits to having a new sort of station, more people. But I think also environmentally, it's not going to be that good. I think obviously more trashing and then more people will be coming, and it's going to be too filled and too busy, which is, I mean, that's what I like about our area. Like there's loads of people, but also it's not like overcrowded where it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
But I think with the new tube stations and stuff, it's going to be kind of, also it's COVID. It's gonna sort of take a toll on our area, but
so it's good. Yeah, you think you're kind of anticipating quite a lot of impacts, and maybe not all of them are good because you're gonna have like you said, a lot more footfall, more traffic. Kane, you had a point you wanted to make. Okay, you can. It's gonna just.
Is it? Yeah. Can you? Yep. Yeah, I guess that, like off the back of that, like how do you I like the idea when like new things happen, when a new station comes in, like these areas get busier, more people, like there's more houses. But how do you create spaces how can you create quieter spaces? Like, how do you make it so that you still have those spaces that are quiet and peaceful and relaxing?
Demographic in mind. So obviously, I think the reason why places get so busy and crowded is because of teenagers. I think obviously, because it's not just one person, they all bring their friend groups, and over time it starts to get really busy. And then in terms of that, pollution, that type of thing. So I think if you have the right sort of target demographic in mind, if we you can still have a busy place, but just with different ages. So I think if we have maybe like more open parks for the elderly, that type of thing, I think greenery will make it we'll have more people coming in, but the right type of people. So like gardens, playground, that type of thing. I think that'd be a lot better than having a new station, which is going to bring even more people and crowdedness.
Teenagers, like where do teenagers go? Is that like are teenagers not the right? Are you not the right type of people? Are you the problem?
There's so many parks I used to go to that were great, Hyde Park, Primrose Hill, all that type of thing. And now that teenagers have found out about them, they're getting trashed. So I think we are the issue. So, I mean, unless we sort of find a way to educate my sort of generation on taking care of that type of thing, that'll be a lot easier. But for the time being, yeah.
Yeah, Luke, you want to chime in on that?
And I think in terms of the Hyde Park thing, I remember like I was down there riding my bike, and I was like, it was really nice when the sun was out. I think back in like April or like March, right? And then the day after, just the scenery of just bin bags, rubbish everywhere. I was like, do you guys not even have pockets? Yeah, what? You didn't even think to. You must have had a bag what you bought your Sainsbury's meal deal in, and you decided to leave it there instead of putting your rubbish in it and taking it with you. Like, I know people were extremely excited to be out and enjoying the sun and that, but come on.
But I mean, do you think it's just like a problem that's like just specifically teenagers? Because Kenzie, you're saying like, yes, it is, you know, or is it kind of people in general quite bad with littering? Like what do you guys think around the table?
I think it's a bit of everybody, really. Yeah. It's just like, because like when I was a teenager, I'd say I did litter, and it was one of those things where it was like, oh yeah, I'm bad man, I'm littering on the floor.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like stopped doing it because I was like, man, that's so dumb. But I think there's not enough importance placed on our like preserving of nature within like, you know, in schools, when in primary schools you have it like, you have your gardening clubs, you'll plant your runner beans and you'll like learn all these things. But then as you grow older into like, especially more into secondary school years, there's less and less of an importance placed onto it, and it kind of gets pushed into the realm of poetry instead of actual reality, because you need to look after what we live on.
It's more romanticized as well. Like, I mean, climate change, I know there's a lot on sort of sustainable fashion, that type of thing, but there's not enough on like littering, because people still do it. I'm guilty of it, so.
Yeah, it's kind of like and I'm intrigued, like, you know, like we've been talking about littering, we think like there's a problem, maybe it's like you know, maybe as you get older you kind of decide it's not. I mean, yeah, is there this thing that it's cool to litter as well? Like, is that like or at least you kind of like look a bit hard if you do it? I don't know, Georgia, you've got a point. You want to say it? Is it Sergio? Would you want to like to say something?
About littering, you can't throw water. I mean about rubbish in the sea, because it's very dangerous, because the sea creatures will get died, and you won't see the sea creatures in the aquarium.
Okay, yeah, so there's this issue. If people start littering, like it's going to not just affect like the area around here in the park or Hyde Park, it's also going to affect the oceans and the sea, and then the things that live in that as well. Welcome, guys. We've got a couple of new faces at the table. So can you just tell us into the microphone your name, please, both of you?
Okay, so my name is Chanel. This is my daughter, Lale. And this is my other daughter, Amaya.
Hello. And then we've got Sergio over here. We've got Georgia, who's just moving a mic pop shield. We've got your name over here. Malik. Yeah, that was Malik. Brilliant. We've got Kenzie. Dolly, brilliant. I'm so sorry I called you Polly earlier. That's very, very embarrassing of me. So, guys, we were talking about littering. Oh, and sorry, who have we got over here as well?
Hend.
Okay.
We've got a whole family on the case here.
Yeah,
That's
well,
good to
there's a
know.
split.
Thank you.
So we've been talking about littering. We think maybe teenagers are the issue. We got the, like, if we do litter, like, it's going to affect the oceans. I mean, do we not just need to put more bins out? Georgia?
I wanted to ask, do you think littering in parks particularly is worse because of COVID? Because I definitely think it is. People will go to the park and they'll get maybe a takeaway pint in a plastic cup and then they'll just leave it. And then also people also just leave, like, they'll see a bin that's full, but then still try and put litter in it. And it's just like, well, no, if it's full, then put it somewhere else. And that still counts as littering. So yeah, do people think that the parks situation, now COVID is here or been here and hopefully going soon, is worse?
Yeah, and we've got Dolly, and then I'm going to go to Kane.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I think we just need more bins because, as she was saying, like, if you go to a park and there's maybe 1 or 2 bins there and they're both completely full to the top and you can't squeeze it in there because there's not enough room, so you look for another bin, but there is no other bin. So maybe if they got more bins, there'd be less littering because there are more places to put your rubbish.
Okay, so it's like also like we don't have to just think about how people behave. We have to think about, like, oh, actually, what's actually available to kind of help you. Kane, you've also got a point that you want to make.
Yeah, I was just kind of coming back to an earlier point about, it's like, you know, there's a bad boy reputation about, like, dumping, like, you know, chucking stuff, like throwing stuff on the floor. Maybe it's a thing of, like, turning that around and making it like a bad boy thing to pick up rubbish, you know, and plant seeds.
Okay, yeah, so like there's maybe you like, how do you kind of make, I guess how you kind of make things cool or trendy or like something that people want to get involved in. I'm going to go to Margot and then I'm going to go to Sergi. And if there's anyone online as well, this is also a hybrid event, so there are people watching and participating online. So if you guys want to say anything, just pop your hand, but I'm going to go to Margot first.
I just wanted to say, I think it's like, I don't know how I feel about this idea, but I feel like you'd need some endorsement if you wanted to make a badass thing to do to pick up the litter. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, probably the artists around the table and South Londoners would know better who'd be like the good kind of role model, who should we kind of like rope into it. But I mean, yeah, why not? Who should be like the spokesperson for, you know, not littering? Who's that influencer? But anyway, that's just my question because I don't know. I'll be curious to find out.
Brilliant. And we've also got a new person at the table. Do you want to say your name into the orange mic?
My name is Kezia.
Kezia, brilliant. Kezia, what we've been talking about is like the problem of littering, like how do we make it look cool? Are there enough things for people to do outside? Is there enough sport to do that's for free? And Sergi, have you got any ideas about this rubbish and littering problem?
I'm telling about the Green Line.
Speak to the mic.
Yeah,
oh yeah, so we want
the
to
Green Line CDA about it. It was heading towards Toulouse. It's the different CDA trains head in the different stations.
Yeah.
On the CTA Blue Line.
It's kind of so. It's
The
kind of
CTA Blue Line about it. I just never heard about but I did just heard about the CTA Blue Line crashed into her station in a bumping post and up toward the escalator.
Okay, so like, yeah, you've got these new, kind of come back to this, like the idea that there's these new tube stations coming in. You don't really know very much about it now. Now that there are some new tube stations coming in, you're a bit more clued up on trains, is that right? You're kind of a bit more aware of it. Yeah. I'm going to hold that thought there. We've got a point from Dolly, and then I might ask some other people. Oh, and a point over here. Okay, we'll go Dolly, and then we'll go over here, if that's all right.
Okay, back to the like littering conversation.
Yes,
we were having.
yeah.
I mean, the anti-littering videos they show to kids our age, they're not really, they look pretty sad.
They're dead, man.
Okay,
but if you're trying to make littering seem like a bad thing to do, and that you don't have to litter to have that bad boy reputation, then maybe they could make the anti-littering videos a bit better, a bit more grown up.
Yeah, a bit like less. What I learned the other day was chuggy, less chuggy. I don't know if that's being used at the moment. Who knows? Over here, you had a point that you wanted to say. Was it about the tube stations? Was it about rubbish and littering?
About rubbish?
No. It's all right. If you think about it, come and wave at me, and I'll come back to you.
I can't
Can't remember it.
She thinks because of the
sponge, you can't do it.
Oh no, it's just because we when someone else is talking, we turn it down so people can hear better. So, do you think that is there a lot of littering when you go to the park? Do you see a lot of rubbish?
Yes.
Maybe. Come and wave. If you have a new thought, come and wave at me, and I'll come and ask you.
And you can say it off mic if it's easier. Of course,
yeah, that's true. We can tell it to your mum as well. Kenzie.
Littering is not encouraged, but it is normalized. So I think, like, if I see someone littering, I mean, I'm not gonna give them a whole speech, but I mean, you're gonna give them a look, like, oh, I shouldn't be doing that. But I'm not like, it's not. I don't think people realize how bad it is. So I think if we, but as a generation, I think teenagers are like, especially now, we're really aware of how bad it is. So I think if we just put more emphasis on not making it cool, like it doesn't need to be made cool. It's just logic, innit? Like you just don't do it.
Always you want to make it more bad. You're like,
I mean, it's everybody knows it's bad. It's a general thing. Like, especially at my age, we know littering is bad. It doesn't need to be taught that it's bad. I think we just need to take it more seriously.
Yeah.
And I think we've got the point back on mic 1.
Oh yeah, mic 1.
What do you think of it?
My one say yay me.
Okay. Do you want to explain a bit more? Or?
Right. Say when you see people and they throw rubbish on the floor, what do you say to them?
Oh yeah. If you see someone and they throw rubbish on the floor, what do you say?
I said no.
No.
Yeah, and you say it's naughty and you must.
It's naughty.
And where do we throw the rubbish?
In a bin.
That's good. Okay, and it kind of like, it kind of touches what you're saying, you know, maybe it's a bit normalized, maybe we should say no and kind of address, like, talk to people who are littering and kind of tell them off a bit more. I don't, Kezia, have you got any thoughts on this about littering? And
thank you for
is it an
braving
issue where
and
you
making
live? Is it an issue where you live?
I always see rubbish along the way, and I always see people throwing the rubbish on the floor, not thinking about their decisions and what they're trying to do to this world. And they already know what they're doing, but they're just not thinking twice about their decisions.
Okay, and that's something on your way to school you see it, and then you're there, you're like, oh, people aren't really thinking about it. Over here, they've got a point.
Nowadays, and you know, a lot of people are focusing on COVID and, you know, stay safe outside and blah blah blah. That we're just, you know, I mean, this is the main reason for littering nowadays. Like, so many masks. And I would say, like, we should push companies to make them, you know, biodegradable and all that blah blah blah. But why did it have to come to that point? Are we that lazy that we have to ask people to make things easier to throw away? Like,
Okay, that's quite a good point. You want to respond to that?
Like if you go out in public nowadays, you used to see like empty bottles on the floor, or empty Starbucks cups and plastic. But now you'd be more likely to see a mask on the floor, which is pretty bizarre considering the fact we have them is to stay safe from germs.
Okay, it's almost like we're kind of making a whole new problem. Like, we're trying to keep ourselves safe from COVID, but now we just have all this litter on the floor. Maybe it's going to oceans. Margot, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just wondering about, you know, turning their kind of used masks from a biohazard into something more creative. I saw recently this exhibition, but here's my problem with recycling art. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say. I mean, I think it's a good thing essentially to turn something that's no longer used into something like an object, like a vessel, I don't know, something. But the recycling art that I have seen is always a bit naff. It's a bit like with the videos that you were saying, you know, the videos, the littering videos.
Oh, don't litter videos.
They just are a little bit naff. And I wonder if there's like a good way or like kind of successful way of recycling or upcycling or, I don't know, doing something with these masks that could be a bit more creative and just not look terrible.
Okay, so Margaret's saying, you know, like we could make kind of like recycled art, but sometimes it looks a bit rubbish. Over here.
I really remember the last time I saw anyone from the government speaking about littering, and do you know what I mean? I don't think it gets enough recognition. Obviously now because of COVID, we're seeing, you know, we're seeing a lot about climate change and, you know, that, which is obviously very, very important too. I remember a long time ago there was a big thing about littering, like massive. Like everyone was like, oh, yeah, you got to recycle, you got to do that. And I think that's, you know, when it started becoming popular. But yeah, I think you know, the government obviously have a role. And they're doing the best that they can. You know, they're only human at the end of the day. But I think it's best if, we all know what to do with COVID. You know, just stay safe, stay away from each other. You know, we got the gist. But I feel like, especially with masks now, like it's just so much littering going on. I think the government can just a bit more awareness, really. I mean, there's so much awareness about COVID, understandably, but we all understand what to do. Like, I feel like they've said it to us millions of times, do that. We know. But let's focus on another issue that we haven't looked at in a while, which is littering. And I think that government should just give a bit more awareness, more thought into it.
Yeah, like they've done such a good job about COVID. Can't we do it about other issues around us? Kenzie, you've got a thought, and then I think also Dolly and Kane, loads of thoughts about this.
I think there's so many issues. Like every time something comes up, it's either COVID or it's like there's just so many issues that we need to prioritize, which is most important. I think pollution is something that affects everyone. Climate change, obviously, if you don't drive a car, then it's not to do with you or that type of thing. So I think pollution it affects everyone, and everyone has a part in it. So I think if we prioritize which issue is the most like important, because it's just everywhere you go, this, like everything is offensive, everything is bad. So if we just focus on something that's actually you can do something about, for example, with the masks, obviously putting money into making it biodegradable, I don't know how we're gonna fund that. I mean, we can barely fund the COVID stuff. But I think there has to be more awareness on pollution itself, not just climate change, and focus, because that's what's causing the climate change, exactly. So instead of just saying it's an issue, find ways to actually combat it instead of just complaining. Like we need actual ways to stop it instead of just saying it's an issue. And that's obviously when the government comes in, but they're not very reliable, are they? So
you kind of want a bit more practicality. It's like it's an issue we're all aware of, but like it doesn't feel like we're doing enough about it. We've got some new faces at the table. Do you guys just want to introduce yourself? Just say your names into the mic. Nicole and Grace, did you say? Just say it into the microphone, just so that. Reese.
Rose.
Rose, I'm so sorry. This is really embarrassing. Sorry about that. And what's your name?
Cousin.
Yeah.
Anastasia, welcome. We had Dolly and Luke. You had a point, Dolly, first of all.
Yeah, I agree with him. I feel like people don't really talk much about the actual impacts that littering has on us, and like the effects it has every time you do litter, like how much it impacts us. We don't really talk about that much. Now we've moved on to stuff like COVID and climate change. So littering, it's like no one really cares anymore. No one brings it up. No one talks about it.
It's like an issue that's kind of been forgotten. Is that what you were going to say, Kane? You kind of agree? You're nodding in agreement?
Well, it was just sort of like saying, I mean, because climate change and littering and pollution and all of that stuff that sort of contributes to making the world a sort of like slightly worse place, and like a slightly worse place for you and a slightly worse place for like the generation after you. I guess like that feels like that's probably the biggest thing at the moment, but like shouldn't it be at the center of all of the festivals, all of the events, all of your beatboxing performances? Like, and I guess also like, do you like is there enough of like a young person's voice in that as well?
I think you're kind of like, you look like you're asking the young people around the table, but if you guys want answers, I'm going to go to Luke and then Mikey online.
I find that extremely interesting, because I don't think it's hard to like put into a performance place the amount of like love that you need for a planet before you get into the realm of like being classed as a hippie, which I don't think there's really anything wrong with, but people just dismiss you at that point. However, without this, we wouldn't have anything, right? We wouldn't have buildings. There would be nothing. Everything that we get from the planet, we give back, and then we give it back more, and that more is slowly killing it, unfortunately. And moving on from that point, there's kind of like a weird disconnect between a lot of people where they feel annoyed because they feel like they're taught by fear into understanding the environmental crisis, like all of these videos about sea turtles and about how it's affecting the sea life. And then at the same time, there's not enough like mainstream information about multi-billion-dollar companies who profit off of destroying the earth, and there's not enough. And it's going back to that kind of like hippie classification where as soon as you get to that territory, you're kind of like thrown into this weird realm where only people that think like you will want to think that way. So it's kind of bridging the gap between making everyday changes within your life to impact your environment, because your environment is the first step to impacting the world, because that's your world, right? as well as understanding the bigger aspects at play of people who are extremely powerful yet will not make changes unless you raise your voices about it to such a large scale.
Okay, I think there's some really, really good things to unpack there, because got a round of applause for Margot. Well done. Yeah, like there's maybe kind of that image problem. If you care too much, you're kind of dismissed. Also, we have these big, powerful organizations, big companies who we think maybe should be taking more of the responsibility as well. Mikey online, who's kind of zooming in on us so that we've got a hybrid online real life event. You have your hand up. You've been very patient. Can you share some of your thoughts?
Well, I just think I would like to connect some of these, questions together when we're talking about social housing and people sort of feeling like they're ignored and it's not really their space. I want to connect that to the idea of litter and the environment, because if you feel like it's your world, that you literally own that world, then of course you're going to want to look after it. But if you feel like it's somebody else's world, then you're not going to care, are you?
Okay, so that's quite an interesting point. So it's that also do you feel like you have ownership over the way you live? So we've got some nods over here. What's your name?
My name is Conrad. I think I agree with that point. I actually don't. I understand why people don't care about the environment, and I don't think they should, because I feel like there is no ownership. People aren't given any their own house. Housing's a problem. Any sort of why do you expect people to care about the problems of the world and the future when they don't have a future? When to tell people how beautiful the planet's going to be in how many generations. Well, each generation repeats the same. You start on day one each generation of having nothing and building up, and then you die and have nothing. I actually understand why people don't care, and I would to a certain degree I would tell people not to care about the environment until it's not your role. It's middle class people's role, it's people in power. But until you're given a decent living standard in this world right now, why should you protect middle class people's life and protect their future? In fact, burn it down. We should make it hotter. It should be let's heat this planet up, because when it starts affecting them, then maybe they'll actually improve your quality of life today to affect the future.
Okay, brilliant. So you're thinking if everyone's having to kind of look out at the environment, more people lose out, then you're saying middle class people would lose out less for everyone caring almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got some thoughts over there.
Yeah. Can I just say, why wait till the last second until we need to do it? Why not do it from now? Because then it will be too late by then, I think.
But I think the kind of idea is to speed it up in it and just make it hotter. Let's smash it down, because what's the point in protecting it if your life is already terrible? Maybe then people will listen to people of working class and underclass and poverty. Maybe those people, why am I helping, or why are people helping to protect other people's future when you don't have much of one? A lot of people don't have a future. To me, it's quite it's a position of privilege to be able to imagine generations of the future. Most people can't even picture tomorrow.
Okay, so that's it. So do you think it's kind of a privilege to kind of care about the environment, and it's something that not everyone has, the chance to do, because you're kind of worrying about other things in your life? I guess, Margot, do you want to feed in on that?
You just made me think of something that came up on one of the Talkaoke. And by the way, lots of applause from the online people as well. I think there's some agreement there. But it just made me think of another Talkaoke you've done some time ago, talking about police. And I think, Larissa, you were on that one. And it was something along the lines of, people had very different experience of police, and middle class people were like, well, police is lovely. And people, who weren't middle class, they were like, are you kidding me? What about stop and search and all that kind of stuff? So I think it's interesting point about different perspectives. We were talking about the different flats being built on the other side of the Thessaly Bridge, and people almost accepting the fact that we just need to walk around and admire and look at the sky, swimming pool, whatever, and just be like, okay, that's nice, whilst you're saying every day is a struggle in a way, and what are we doing about that? Do we need to heat it up? So I'm just basically
Yeah, so that we've got some maybe some thoughts from old Talkaokes, maybe again bringing in that kind of divide that we were talking about a bit earlier of this side of the road and that side of the road, all those new developments, who's benefiting from that. Kenzie?
I think to a certain extent, I do agree that we need to sort of add in that fear factor so people actually want to make a change. But I don't, if you've got personal issues going on, why take it out on the earth by polluting? It just doesn't really add up. I understand you're having a rough life, but you don't need to destroy your world. You're not actively benefiting from that, and it's not putting anyone in danger except all of us. Like, you're not affecting the higher class, you're affecting everybody, because the world is, we're all living in it. So I think, yeah, I understand people are annoyed, and obviously, yeah, like privileged people have it easier, it's true, because obviously if you've got money you can buy fair trade, you can donate to this company, do this and this, but obviously if you don't, it's harder to help. But I think polluting doesn't, it's not like an attack towards the rich, you're just destroying your life. And everyone, like, I don't understand that.
So yeah, maybe like there's like a bit of an issue that if you're kind of taking out on the environment, maybe that's not kind of solving the issues that you want to solve. We actually have some new people on the table as well. Do you guys want to introduce yourself? Tell us your names into the mic.
I've got some Zoom points.
Hi, my name is Judith, and I come to this school.
Brilliant, yeah. Hello, Judith, thank you. How about, what's your name?
My name is Omnia.
Sorry, what was that?
My name is Omnia.
Omnia, brilliant. And do you also go to this school?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm gonna, if you guys have any thoughts about littering, about pollution, about like the new buildings that are coming up, just wave at me and then we can speak to you on the mic. Before we do, we've got 2 hands up on the screen, so I'm gonna go to Larice first. Have you got any thoughts about what we've been talking about?
It does seem that there's like a common theme with a lot of maybe working class people or people of the local community not feeling heard, not feeling seen, and not feeling like enough's being done. So my question is, what would the government need to do, or politicians need to do, for people to feel more heard and more kind of involved in the community and have a better life, for them to even think or even contemplate getting involved into?
Oh, I think we just lost you at the end, but I think the question is like, what could the government do to kind of make people and working class people, especially around this area, feel like they're heard more, feel more involved?
I think nowadays one of the biggest issues about the government itself is that it's being run by people who've mostly privileged, who've gone through high level of education, who've qualified for this and everything. And I think what I completely understand with the working class majority is that there isn't someone from that community really running like the way, because they don't really understand. I think that's the main issue, is like working class people mostly say, oh yeah, right, the government don't understand, they don't really see it, they're mostly, the rich get richer, that common phrase. So I think it would be very interesting if one day, the working class just have a bit more of a voice, because I feel like right now, obviously, it's understandable that the rich have a bigger voice because they're practically controlling everything. And I think that's the issue that the working class people are starting to see, that why isn't someone from our community really going up there and telling people and getting more awareness on the situation that's happening and the problems that are going on.
Yeah, so it's like this thing is also reflected politically, that most people who are in government are more likely to be rich and more likely to have privileged lives. So how can they represent most people in the country? Mikey, you've got a point. Online. Just going off mute.
I think it's just to reinforce really what Larice said and the last speaker is, I don't think that, being harmful to your environment or littering or whatever is like a political strategy, but it's a feeling about being ignored, I think, which kind of seeps into a general view of the world and of life. I don't know. Are there not some working class MPs, but are they really listening to the working class roots? I don't know. It feels like there could be more listening being done to working class communities.
Margot, you wanted to respond to that.
I just wonder whether politicians have got that kind of appeal anymore, to be honest, because I've got a feeling that people are more, swayed by personalities, influencers, artists, and I think there's a kind of huge opportunity there for that side to kind of raise awareness and singing whatever hippie songs about the earth, whatever. I think that's where I see it. That's where the real change can come from, not from the politics. Maybe there's like a step before, because I think if somebody said to me like, well, if you disagree with something, well, then you should just go and write to your MP. I'm unlikely to do that, but if I get so frustrated that I want to write something or perform something, I'm more likely to do that. that creates like a better outlet for me. But I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, I have no idea. Also, we are kind of coming up to the break time. So
yes,
it may be
okay.
time to kind of gather all the kind of final thoughts from people who haven't spoken yet. Maybe you can join us later as well, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because we talked about a lot. So yeah, I mean, we've talked about littering, whether like you feel like you can, like, do you know who your politicians are? Do you feel like you could be heard from them? Have you got some opinions about Singlish on the way to school? I think Kenzie, we'll go to you first.
Just to further reiterate, I think there's so many other ways to express your anger towards our politicians. Like, you don't need to litter the world and destroy everything around you just to prove a point. Like, write to your MP, post on social media, recycle yourself, like, protest. There's so many other things you can do instead of being harmful to the one thing we're all trying to protect. I think it's just doesn't make sense.
Brilliant. Okay, and so I think what we're going to do now, if any of you don't know already, we're going to go do final thoughts. So it's just a chance for you guys to say, like, yeah, like one thing you want to leave us with, something like a sum up of maybe like what you thought about the whole conversation, and yeah.
And I just want to throw in there, because I believe the council wants to put on a festival in autumn to celebrate the opening of the new tube stations. And I wonder whether people had any views as to what should be in it. Should it be something about political awareness? Should it be something about, you know, inspiring people to take action? Or should it be, I don't know, placard making workshops so people can go and protest? I don't know, but yeah, what would be a good thing to do in autumn? But anyway.
Shall we hear some final thoughts? I don't know. Do you guys want to have any final thoughts? You've been kind of listening a lot to the conversation. Is anything piqued your interest that you want to like share with us or leave us with? No, not at the moment. Not at the moment. There we go.
Everything's really boring.
Yeah. Was it Cameron?
Conrad.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think housing is a massive issue, and people, if they don't provide cheap and affordable housing, then why should anyone care about anything else? Like, that's it, like, about anything.
Yeah.
And I feel like to expect people to care when they haven't even got like a decent roof over their head, or they're struggling every day, it's ridiculous. And I think that, like, one, they won't care.
Yeah.
And two, it is a form of protest to you know, when people riot and they mash up their own ends, how more insane could you be that you're so frustrated that you smash up your own community because you're that frustrated? If a guy come out of his front door tomorrow and burnt his own clothes and burnt all his belongings, you'd think, well, that guy's got some serious issues. Well, yeah, people have got serious issues. I just think like providing decent housing and, like, you know, that would solve a lot and make people feel part of a community. Until then, it's not even important. No one's. Why would they care?
It's brilliant. Yeah. So like the idea of like if your basic needs aren't met, then political protest is like necessary and important. Kane, have you got a final thought that you want to put on that?
Well, I guess like I don't think I have I guess it's a sort of like picking up what Margot said and then responding to Conrad of just like how do you have those forms of protest in sort of like places like this, or, you know, like within the cultural offer, within the kind of festival, or like should we be having space for protest, for debate, for riots
At festivals. A really good open final thought there. I'm gonna, as it's a final thought, we can't respond entirely. But Dolly, if we go to you for your final thought, have you got anything you want to leave us with from this conversation?
No, not really. I agree with what Conrad said, really, about if people don't have like a roof over their head, clean clothes, and like affordable housing, then how do they expect most people to care about the little things like litter and all that? I don't know. I just agree with it.
I don't think that's a really good one. Thank you. Luke, your final thought.
My final thought is, in terms of the housing problem, it's just, you have to be so savvy about it. It's like you're learning a completely new course that you need to spend like 2 years to completely understand. And if you don't have people in your life that have been through it, you're on your own, mate. Especially for people my age, you want to get your own place? Nah, you got to be middle class, bruv. You ain't getting nothing. You want daddy's house out in the fields? Yeah, you can have that. But you can't have that when you're working in the streets, man. There's nothing going for you.
Okay, brilliant. So this idea of housing. Have you guys got any final thoughts, or shall we come back to you a little bit later? Just anything? Yeah, do you want to say something?
I think that littering isn't a joke, and like people walk around every day seeing litter on the floor, and they just walk past it, and I think that we should make a change.
Okay, brilliant. So you're kind of thinking you want to make a change. And what about, have you got any final thoughts you want to say? Or we could come back to you as well. Come back to you. Guys, final thoughts.
Conclusion, how are you going to expect people to care about all these other issues and when the government's putting so much money into like innovating new things, but the people that are struggling now aren't getting the help that they need, like with Conrad's point about the housing? How are you going to expect them to care about all this new station that's being built, all these new investments, but you're not investing in the people that make your community?
Brilliant.
Yeah, again, Conrad, housing is just a massive, massive issue. I mean, the prices have just gone up ridiculously. It's like, well, I was gonna say, yeah, I think if everyone does their bit, focuses on themselves, yeah, I think if everyone just literally focuses on themselves a bit more, it would help. But that's definitely difficult to do, considering some people can't even get a bloody house. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like, it's hard. It's definitely very difficult. I can't think of a solution except for just lowering the prices.
If they built 1 million council houses tomorrow, 2 million council houses, it would devalue the market.
Yeah.
And then they have to bring down private rents and houses.
Exactly.
And Labour governments in the past did do that. In fact, to get Labour out after the war, the Tories did it to do it. But then once they did it, obviously they slowly had to go and start reversing that.
Yeah.
But then it's just no. I don't know why people aren't demanding that.
I think definitely. Yeah, I think the government should put a lot more investment in people.
Yeah, investing in people, investing in houses.
Yeah. Like, although building a station, it's great, gets people around quicker, creates more jobs, people to build the station, all that stuff is great. But I think focusing on individuals is a lot better, I think. And I think we've come to the point where we've learned that that's probably the best course of action. And hey, if it doesn't work, fine, find another solution. I think we just need to try it out.
Brilliant. So let's start thinking about focusing on people, maybe not the economy. We got final thoughts coming up. So I don't know if there's some final thoughts online, and if you guys have got any final thoughts, we'll go to
final thought from
I'm going to go to Mikey for your final thought.
And Larice, maybe.
Well, I think that's quite a striking image that Conrad brought up about somebody coming out of their flat and setting themselves on fire. And I'm wondering if that kind of image could actually be part of the festival. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily, it sort of reminds me of what the Vietnamese did when they were protesting the Vietnamese war. The monks actually literally set themselves on fire. I'm not suggesting someone do that, but maybe you could have like a sort of like a kind of animation of that or a projection of that onto one of the big buildings as a sort of sense of that, of that anger and frustration or protest. It's a very powerful kind of protest, isn't it?
Thank you, Mikey. So kind of that idea of like, if you want your opinions to be heard, if you want your voice to be heard, like what is the best way of doing that? Can you do it at like an event like this maybe as well? Larice, have you got any final thoughts you want to leave us with?
Just that I think it's quite interesting, this whole conversation about there being a certain privilege in regards to certain social issues such as climate change and maybe veganism and eating organic stuff like that. And there is a conversation about, if you don't have your basic needs met, there's things like veganism or climate change. That's like the last thing on someone's mind. So yeah, that's quite interesting topic to think about.
Brilliant, thank you, Larice. So yeah, like the idea of like what kind of issues you can care about is also to determine maybe about how comfortable, how wealthy you are in life as well. Any final thoughts from over here or anyone at all who hasn't said anything? This is your last chance to say your final thought.
I think we may have kind of possibly reached the end of
have.
part 1 of 2 parts of Talkaoke.
Yeah.
So I guess give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming, guys. It's been really great to hear all your thoughts.
Thank you to people online. Thank you, Evie. We're going to go and have a well-deserved break. And people online, you can go. You can come back later, whatever. We will be back here as sure as whatever the comparison is at 3:30 with a new Talkaoke host. So yeah, stay tuned, and yeah, thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Well done, Evie.
All right, so let's get around the names. Who have we got online?
Hello.
Hey,
Mikey.
What's your name online?
Mikey.
We got Mikey, we got Margot on the decks, we've got...
Hello, it's Georgia here.
We got Georgia. We got.
Hi, I'm Mandy.
Mandy, is it your birthday, Mandy?
No, it's a friend's daughter's birthday.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say, hey, that's
happy
a nice
birthday.
hair accessory. We've got.
Hello, I'm Evie.
Fantastic.
Got Kane.
I'm Elam. This is Talkaoke. Yeah, this is a pop-up talk show. You can talk about absolutely anything. And wow, it sounds like it's been quite a lively. Like, hey, we got a new face at the table.
Oh, thank you very much. Why don't we
what's
change
name?
your batteries there, young?
Yes. Yeah, no worries. I'll give everyone a time to get comfortable.
Yeah, I guess because it'll be interesting, Mandy, because I was talking to you a bit earlier about the fact that you knew this area, you've known this area a bit. You don't actually live in around Vauxhall, but you've seen it. You've like kind of commuted through here, so you know the area well, been out and stuff like that around there. And I guess like in the morning we were kind of talking about. Like there's loads of new buildings going up. There was someone who lived here she said she'd gone away to study law, so she went to university for like 3 months, and she came back, she's like, everything's changed. And she's like, and I've lived here all my life, but like stuff is now suddenly changing so much. And we're kind of like talking about, there's like a colourful bridge. I don't know if when people were coming from this way to the school, there's a big colourful bridge. And it kind of started off, everyone was like, that's been like a really nice addition to the area. And we were like walking past it. But also the bridge was kind of a bit of a divide, because then there's the road and like there's the trains, and then there's all the new buildings. And then there's a bit of like all the buildings over there are mostly like £1 million or more. It's not like a big change. And, like, is all the money that's coming into the community, is it really like moving around, or is it kind of staying on that side of the road?
Interesting. I wonder what this colourful bridge, does it represent something, to people? What does this colourful bridge mean? I think it's interesting how, it's coming across different ways to different people. Some people love it. Some people see it as a bit of a divide, Hey, welcome to the conversation. Tell us who you are.
My name's Kane.
Hey, nice to meet you, Ken. I saw you had your hand up.
I was going to say, I think if it's the same colourful bridge, because there's a bridge that there's been a whole issue that basically like one bit of Battersea is disconnected from another bit of Battersea. Like you couldn't, because of the train tracks, you literally couldn't cross. You basically couldn't get to the sort of Nine Elms area if you were over in some of the kind of Savannah, Patmore, Kerry Gardens estates. So I think the idea was that it's connecting. But it was but it made me think, because I live in Lewisham now. I used to work in Wandsworth. Like seeing it, there was a guy like, and obviously Lewisham, there's like housing going up all the time, a bit like here. And there was a guy that I met recently who was asking the way for Tesco's, and he grew up in the area, but hadn't been back for 18 years. And he was like, I don't know, like I have no idea where I am now.
I wonder what that must feel like. I mean, tell us your name again. Mandy, so you have kind of been around this area for a number of years, and you've seen it change. I suppose you've been coming back and forth. So was there ever a time when you went away for a long time and then you came back and you was like, whoa, I don't recognize this area?
Yeah, because it was my crossover stop for trains. So I'd get off the tube and get on the train. But now I've moved, I don't come around here anymore.
Right.
But yeah, I'd get off at the stop and go for a coffee or drink or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I haven't been for ages. And there's a new station, the Nine Elms.
Right.
That's not open yet. Loads of flats going up.
Does anyone know when that station is gonna open? What line will it be on?
I think it's going to be open in the autumn, because I think part of the reason that the council are putting on this event is that they're going to put another event on, like another festival in the autumn, and they're like celebrating these two new tube lines opening, which I guess it's quite like I like public transport, so it's quite a nice concept. Like there's two tube stations, so it's obviously going to like make a big impact on the area as well, and they kind of want to celebrate those openings. So
will there be free journeys on the Northern Line, as long as you're only going between those two stops?
That like when on New Year's, I think that would be quite a nice idea, like New Year's Eve, when you're allowed to travel for free.
Yeah.
I guess that only allows people who want to go out there.
And will the celebrations be happening in the stations themselves?
Ooh, that sounds fun.
I don't know. That
sounds fun.
That's an interesting two-hander there, but we've got Mikey on.
Come and
online
join us.
as well.
Come and join us. We're talking about the new Nine Elms station. Will you be heading there when it opens? You know, what do you think it's going to look like in there? What train lines? You know, where are you going to take Nine Elms to? You know, where are you going to jump on Nine Elms and go to once you once it reopens? I just want to say hey, tell us who you are. What's your name?
I'm Nick.
Hey, welcome, Nick.
It's Layla. Yeah.
Layla, nice to meet you, Layla and Nick.
Very nice to meet you. There we go.
Yeah, come and give us 2 minutes of your time, you know. While we wait for Layla and Nick, I was just going to say, actually, I know I'm not really meant to give my opinion, but when my local train station opened up, Haggerston on the East London line, for the first weekend, it was free journeys. So I don't know, maybe a lot of local residents might have that to something to look forward to in the autumn, you know, because hey, Mikey, welcome to the chat. What have you got to contribute?
I just wanted to sort of like back up that idea. I think, you know, a lot of the chat in the earlier session was about the environment and climate change. And I think if we're going to be serious about this, then maybe offering free public transport from these new stations would be a good way to reduce the amount of car transport and thus climate change and pollution, having an effect on climate change and pollution.
Yeah. So are you saying that these new trains, they won't have such great impact on such negative impact on the environment as the cars and the buses?
Well,
you know?
well, it depends. If people come off of cars and buses, then it will have an effect. So,
yeah,
you know, obviously there's been a lot of cement and concrete and things made and digging and fuel to create those lines. So you're kind of investing a big carbon footprint, so you've got to reduce it. And the way to do that is to get people using public transport.
So So you're saying a good incentive will be to, you know, provide free travel for a period of time, Margot?
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. I think it's just giving something like practical to people. And also I think London being the place it is, I think it's quite influential. I think people do still look to London. I mean, I know it's Brexit and everything, but you know, people still look to London and kind of like urban solutions. And I think addressing this kind of wider problem of climate change, I think it would be a really good idea to maybe be adapted by other areas around the world. Start in London, start in these 2 new swanky train stations, and get people to use public transport for free. Because otherwise, you know, we can do our recycling, but are we actually tackling the problem?
Are we actually tackling the problem? Is recycling enough? I mean, what other things can people do in Nine Elms to, you know, help, you know, fight against climate change? I can see the 2, is that from Battersea Power Station up there? Those 2 big, you know, is it still working, Battersea Power Station?
I don't know. Where did you move to then?
Tooting.
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 And how does it compare?
Yeah, how does Tooting compare?
To where I was living.
How does Tooting compare to where you were living?
Because I was living in Tottenham.
Oh, Tottenham. There's a lot of T's happening right now.
Yeah. No, I like South London. Yeah, but I do love Tottenham as well.
What do you like about South London?
Well, yeah, so much cultural stuff and artistic stuff goes on. That, yeah.
Well,
great.
What was the last sort of cultural thing that you did? What was the last festivally thing that you did? Other than this, what other thing? You know, if somebody was coming from Tottenham and it's their first time visiting South London, where would you tell them to go? You know, what's exciting about Nine Elms? You know.
Well, I only stopped to go for a coffee when I changed trains, so I don't know much about the cultural goings on.
But what about South London in general? I mean, where's like the first place you'll tell someone coming from the other side of the world, for example, where would you tell them to visit in South London, you know?
Oh my God, I mean, so many places.
I can't think of any. I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Georgia?
I would say the parks.
Oh, which one? Which one?
Greenwich Park is good.
Oh, Greenwich Park.
There's loads of parks.
What's good about Greenwich Park?
You can see the whole of London. Like if you walk up the hill.
Wow.
If I ever have anyone visiting London, then I always take them to Greenwich Park.
Yeah, yeah. So if you want to see London, head to Greenwich Park.
And you can see like the river as well.
Oh, lovely.
And Greenwich Mean Time is there as well. So people are always like, oh wow.
So it's a good way to learn about London.
The parks.
Ooh.
That's where I'd go.
Come and join us. We're talking about what's good about South London. You know, apparently, if somebody was coming to South London from the other side of the world, is Greenwich Park the place to go? See London from Greenwich Park.
Which park?
Come, tell us.
Which park?
What should people do? Wandsworth Park. What's good about Wandsworth Park? Come and take a seat. Give us 2 minutes of your time. Give us 2 minutes of your time.
We've got a point from Mikey online.
I would show somebody, if I was taking them around the area that you're in at the moment, I'd show them Stockwell Bus Garage, which is an iconic building, because it's the only bus garage in London that's got no supporting pillars in the middle of it. So it's one huge big space.
Wow.
It's like a big shell, and it's all
I really want to
supported from
Google
the
it.
edge.
I really want to Google it.
Later.
Come and join us. Come. What do you like about? What do you like about Nine Elms? What do you like about your school? What do you like? What do you like to do in this area for fun? What parks do you like to go to? What shops do you like to pop in? Tell us. What do you like about your area? Do you live in this area?
Yep.
What's your name?
Nevaeh.
And so at the moment we're talking about why should people come to Nine Elms? Why should people come to South London? You know, I know a lot of people have said that it's changed quite a bit. You know, we've got a lovely sort of colourful bridge just down the road there. But also, you know, Georgia was saying that, you know, if somebody was coming on holiday to London from the other side of the world, she would tell them to visit Greenwich Park. Somebody also said Wandsworth Park as well. Hey, did you have a point there?
Oh, sorry.
Let's get a final thought from you before you leave us. A final thought, just about anything.
Final thought. Oh, it's great that things are opening up again.
Mm-hmm.
And cultural things, outdoor stuff, festivals, and I think we need it. Everyone is just dying to get out and meet people again.
Any recommendations or any events coming up that we should visit?
I don't know.
Don't know.
Sorry.
No problem at all. But thank you for joining us and let us know how the party goes. I wanted to bring in Nevaeh actually. What's good about this area?
Enjoy the party. I think we should have a party when the station's open as well. Just
Friends, and you can meet new people.
You can make loads of friends. You can meet new people. And what kind of fun things do you like to do in Nine Elms? You know.
Go on walks. Go to the park.
Which parks do you like to go to?
good question.
And I see your friend there. What's your name? Ava. Speaking to the microphone, Ava. Maybe put it in the middle there. Yeah, perfect. And what fun things do you like to do? I mean, you're here today. If you weren't here, where else would you be? What would you be doing?
Probably looking after my nan.
After your nan in Nine Elms?
She just lives down the road.
Perfect then. Hey, there's a lot of, parks seem to really be the thing that's sort of sticking out,
Yeah, I was going to say on the park thing, having more toilets in parks, I think has been quite like a thing that I find was really important, especially when we could only go outside and we can go into shops to use our toilets and stuff like that. And I just like going to like places where you're allowed to use a toilet. So like if there's a library around, then you know that you can go and see your friends, but you don't have to pay for something to go. So I'm just very pro public toilets. There should be more.
There should be more public toilets. So it's all well and good, going to Greenwich to look at London, but if I need to pop to the loo, where am I going to go? Okay, so we've got a couple of points. I'm going to come to Margot, then I'll come to you.
Mikey, did you want to make a point? No, fine. I was just wondering, because you said that if you weren't here, you'd be looking after your nan, and I wonder what is like. do you have tips on how to look after the older people in the neighborhood? Because I think parks are really good places where both like very young people and older people can be together. But how to best look after the older people? Can kids do that?
Yeah.
Well, they can, but
Mhm.
maybe you can be with an older sibling.
If you're talking to the mic, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, you can, but if you're with an older sibling, then that would be a bit better.
Okay, so you like to have help. That's a good tip there. Hey, so we got some new faces around the table. Let's do a round of names actually. So we got
Margot.
We got Mikey on the screen. What's your name?
Speak to the mic.
Speak into the microphone if you can. What's your name? Mikhail. We've got Ava, Nevea, Haley. Speak into the microphone. Sharisa, Raisa, Diana, Mark. What's your name? Have a chat into the mic there. Esther. Lewis. Caden. And we got some more people joining as well. I'm just going to grab your point actually that you were going to make before.
You know, it was just about, you were talking about there not being enough toilets in parks. But I also wonder, when it gets really cold, like during COVID, you couldn't go inside anywhere. Maybe they should have erected these little mini rooms that you could go into, like Portalees, but just rather than it's a toilet, it's just somewhere you can go to warm up or maybe read a book for a little bit.
That sounds quite.
Or buy yourself a cup of tea.
So little maybe warm pods. So guys, for everyone that's just joined, this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. So hold on, where are you gonna go? This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show, so you can talk about absolutely anything. Right now, we're talking about what do you like about your area? We've got Evie and Nevea. They like to go to parks, and Evie likes to look. Ava, thank you. You guys are on it. You should be sitting in the middle here.
I think this could be like a really good pool of young people to train up one day.
Yeah, exactly right.
But I will just say we are recording this session. It will at some point go on YouTube. But if you're sitting kind of there, that your back is in the, it's just your back. So that's all good. So you don't have to worry. But yeah, where the people speak. So this is going on our channels. You can grab a card so you know all about it.
Exactly.
But this is a talk show.
Check us out on the Insta, on the Twitter, on the Snapchat. You know, we were just talking about the fact that do parks need to have more public toilets, you know? Yeah, because, Evie was saying how, it's all well and good. We're all meeting up in the parks now playing. But when you want to pop to the loo, are the toilets clean? Is there enough toilets? Do you know what I mean? So you guys are nodding, yeah. Why do the parks need more toilets? Speaking to the mic there.
That's mean. If you're pregnant and you really have to go to the toilet, there's no toilet.
Right.
So you have to hold it for a whole entire 30 minutes.
Okay, so you're saying for when for pregnant people, it's an issue. Yeah.
Quite not that nice, and you want that to be nice because if you go on a really scary roller coaster, you don't want something to come out, so you want to go before you go.
Okay, so basically you need to go before you go. Right, so you're always going to fun fairs, and you're realizing that the toilets aren't up to standard, in these fun fairs. I'm going to grab your point, and then I'm going to come to you.
I think we need more public toilets because most of these toilets are dirty and I don't think people like them.
Hey, I mean, I'm wondering what can be done. I'm going to come to you now and then I'll come to you after. Yeah, have a speak into the microphone there.
I think there needs to be more public toilets, especially in parks, because when you want to play around more, you have to go home because you really need to go to the toilet, and then there will be no time to go back to the park.
And what's your point? Have a chat into the microphone there.
If you're going somewhere and you have to go to the toilet first, otherwise you'll have to hold it until your adult says you have to go back home. Right.
Come and join us. I mean, what do you think? Are there enough toilets in the parks around here? We've heard about Wandsworth Park, Greenwich Park. We've heard pregnant ladies, when they need to pop to the loo, it's challenging, come and take a seat. Come and join us. Tell us what your name is.
Hi everybody, my name is Claudia.
Claudia, welcome, welcome, welcome. I mean, a lot of the young people around the table, which is quite encouraging, they're feeling quite passionate about, you know, toilets being in parks and being clean and up to the standard. What was your point?
That when we go to the toilet, it's dirty and there's loads of cobwebs there, and I just don't like using the toilet.
Where? What, in the
in
park?
Battersea Park.
So we got Battersea Park. Come and join us.
Shout out
Are
to
there
Battersea
enough
Park.
public toilets available in our local parks? Apparently in Battersea Park, there's a lot of cobwebs in there, and you know, I mean, what's wrong with cobwebs? Eh?
I mean, I hate spiders. That's why.
Ah, you hate spiders. Okay, so you don't want to be on the loo and then see something crawling down, and then, hey.
So I'm also talking about the Battersea Park because once I went there and the toilets were shut, but I really needed to go, and my house is quite far, so I had to go all the way home and hold it in.
You know, but you know what's interesting is there enough parks in close proximity to where you live? Do you know what I mean? Really and truly, you should be able to pop home and pop to the loo. You know, why are parks so... Are there enough parks in South London? Are there enough parks in Nine Elms? Don't forget to tag The People Speak, hashtag The People Speak. I can see you there for the socials, Yeah, so is there enough parks in South London anyway? You know, why should you live so far away from... Do we live too far from a park? You know what I mean? If you live over there, where's the closest park? You know, Margot?
I've got a feeling there's too many people living everywhere, so that the parks get really overcrowded, or indeed there are no parks because there are new developments.
Nevaeh, let's get a final thought from you before you leave us.
Yeah, give us your final.
Give us a final thought, Nevaeh, and Nevaeh's mum, maybe give us a final thought. I mean, what do you think? Are there enough parks in the area, and what was the quality of these parks? I mean, apparently the toilets, the standards are quite low, and Nevaeh agrees.
Yeah, because I feel like the toilets are a bit stinky.
But what can be done? You know, we've heard about how terrible these toilets are. You know, thank you very much for joining us. Let us know how it all goes. What can we do about it, Evie?
Oh, I was going to say, and now I'm worried I've forgotten it. No, it's just like, it's also like, it's not just toilets, it's like having like stuff to do. So like good playgrounds, like places to sit down, like just like that money spent so that you can go and do something for free. And it feel like it's open for everyone.
So is there enough, is the standard of the equipment even, you know, kept up? Is there enough things to do for everyone that you don't actually have to pay for? I'm going to bring a new voice in and then I'll come to you and then I'll come to you. What do you think?
So I think they should like bring janitors or whatever, because they're always so dirty. The toilets are so dirty that you can't even go, and some people have bladder problems. So like, they're gonna sometimes have to pee in the bush or the tree.
You know what I really love is that it sounds like a lot of the young people, they're really thick, compassionate and you know, empathetic, because you're thinking about pregnant women, you know, and you know, will there be enough toilets for women who are pregnant to enjoy the park? You're thinking about people with bladder issues. Clearly the young people today are very like, you know, thoughtful, which is very encouraging. I'll come to you and then I'll come to you.
So I went to a park before, and then I went to use the toilet, but there was so many grass there was dirt there, and it was smelly. So I'll have to go home.
You had to go home. And how far was your home from the park? Not too far. So you could hold it in.
I'm a boy and I have something, so I can just go behind a tree. But a girl, they have to sit down, and normally public toilets, they're really nasty. So if I also add to what Aileen said about the janitor, there could be like someone who goes in, like if there's anything on the toilet, they wipe it off.
Okay, so you're saying obviously you being a boy means that you can just go behind a bush, but for women it's slightly different. I'm going to bring your voice into the conversation and then I'll come to you.
And we've got Mike in line as well.
Got Mikey, yep.
How is it working? Oh yes, there you go. Yeah, I was just wondering, so yes, you're a boy, the girls can go behind the bush as well, right? It's not a big deal. And I'd say it's better sometimes to go behind the bush than actually using any public toilet, because you can get all sorts of diseases by going in these toilets. At least when you're outdoors, you're just like any other animal. make a wee, or you might even take some poo bags with you, which you take when you take your dog for a walk, and then you do not have to go all the way home, but you do the same thing as people do when they go out for walks with their dogs.
That's really interesting. So you're saying that
because I'm a mom and I do that with my daughter, for example, because I always prefer her to go outside instead of inside some nasty.
Right. So you're actually saying that it's actually better to just use the bushes rather than it is to pop salute, whether you're a boy or a girl. There's no difference, you know, but you disagree. What's your point there? And then I'll come to Mikey on the screen.
Also, because sometimes when you need to go to the toilet, all the people are in the toilet, so there aren't really toilets to use. So sometimes you do actually have to go toilet behind a bush.
Yeah, and so, but you think that it's quite difficult for women to use a bush. Is it hard? Is it difficult? Here you go. It's not difficult let's come to Mikey on the screen here. We've got somebody on Zoom. Mikey, what do you think?
I was actually just the point's kind of been covered in a way about, because I wanted to open up to dogs and do we need dog toilets, or is it just a question of like a better use of plastic bags, which is what I think one of the participants was saying.
Right. So do we need toilets specifically for dogs? I can see you raising your hand there. Chat into the microphone.
I rather not use the bush because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you use the bush.
So you're saying actually, it's kind of embarrassing to use the toilet in the bush. We should really use toilets. I'm going to come to Margot and then I'll come back to you and then you. Margot?
On the subject of embarrassment, I mean, some of the buildings here, you know how when sometimes they're like blocks of flats really enclosed on each other, you can see into people's flats. How do people feel about that? Because I feel really self-conscious. I like walking around the house without clothes on, but when I see, that I can see into somebody's flat, I have to stop myself. Because I just get too embarrassed.
Right. Oh wow! So you're saying even in your own home, sometimes you can be quite exposed to other people's eyes. I know you had a point. I'm going to come to you, then you.
Okay. Talking about embarrassment. Here, the little man over there. Well, it's just a natural thing that we all need to go to the toilet, and we were born naked. And you shouldn't be afraid of being out there.
and right. So you're saying that why are we embarrassed of our natural bodily functions? Why is it embarrassing? I know you had your hand raised before.
Also, there'd be dog toilets. I think there actually should be, because first of all, people might run out of the plastic bags, and then you can get a penalty for just leaving their poop outside.
Wow, so you can actually get fined. How interesting.
And
that's interesting. So maybe there should be, toilets for dogs. Hey, I can see you got your hand raised there.
So I agree. There should be confined areas for dogs to use the toilet, because it's pretty disgusting, especially around here, for instance. There is a lot of dog mess around.
Yeah.
And I don't think those fines are necessarily enforced, so I think there should be harsher consequences for dog owners that don't pick up after their animals.
So you're saying this area has a lot of dog poop around. Yes. I mean, has that changed? We have spoken quite a bit about how the area's changed. Is there more dog poo now? What would the dog toilet look like? And why are we even embarrassed to use the toilet in public? Why are we embarrassed? Hey.
The only thing about pooing in a plastic bag is that plastic pollutes the world, and you have a perfectly good toilet. So if I should go in the toilet instead of a bag.
So you're saying actually it's all well and good, like what you were saying, popping behind the bush and pooping in a plastic bag. However, plastic, what's that going to do to the environment? Your poo in that bag is going to exist for the next 20 years?
150 years.
Wow. So you're saying plastic
You're getting a lot of applause online
blimey,
as
cool,
well
blimey,
for this
Mikey.
comment.
You got an opinion?
I think it was just a round of applause, the agreement. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you're saying plastic will exist for 100... Hey. You know your facts. What do you think? Did you know that plastic exists for 150 years? You know, the plastic that we use today will still be around in 150 years. So don't let your dogs poo in those plastic bags. And we as humans, we shouldn't poo in plastic bags either. Did you have your hand up there? Yep. A response?
Personally, you shouldn't really thank me. It was my teacher. She taught me all about plastic pollution.
Hey. If the teacher's watching right now, we got the facts there. Hey, you got your hand up there. Oh, speaking to the mic. Wonderful.
I rather just poop in a bag and then just throw it in the bin and just go away.
Right, but what about this plastic bag will be here? Let's get some final thoughts from you guys. Where are you going? Where should we go next in this activity? Come on, give us a final thought. Give us a final thought before you leave us about anything. Where are you guys heading? Where are you going?
We're going to the community roast centre to make pizza.
Ooh. Bring us some slices. Bring us some slices.
And enjoy.
Yeah, bring us some pizza.
I've got
this table looks kind of like a pizza. I don't know. You had your hand up, Kane?
It was just to sort of offer a solution around pooing in plastic bags. Is that you could poo in biodegradable bags.
Oh, you can poop in biodegradable bags. Fancy, but how quickly do they biodegrade? I mean, on your journey home, you might just be like, oh, actually, I guess why would you carry it with you? Enough.
You could poo in a coconut shell or something like that.
In a coconut shell.
You're getting
hey, I feel like maybe you have some experience in this area. I don't know.
Face palms on Facebook.
No, I was just going to say, I don't know though, but I think isn't there a reason we collect all our poo and we all put it in a place and then we treat it and we try and get rid of it and then turn it into clean water. I think there's too many of us on the planet to. I don't think humans are natural anymore. I think there's too many of us. So if we all just started pooing outside, for example, we would just kind of pollute the world. You know, like when you have it would just be, there's too many of us, so we have to be a bit more aware of how we impact the world now, I think.
I see. Oh, okay. We've got some new faces at the table, so yeah, let's do another round of names, actually. I feel like, there's some new faces. So we got Margot on the decks, we've got Mikey on Zoom. What's your name? Get a bit closer and have a speak.
Hello, my name's Anna.
We got Anna, and we've got, is that a croissant? Amon. Oh, yum. Oh, I love a good croissant.
Alex.
We got Alex. What's your name again?
Makalu.
And Mikhail. Okay. Oh, Makalu is a nice name as well. Mikhail, but it's lovely. Yeah. What's your name? Nicola. We got Georgia. We got
Evie.
And we got Kane on camera. I'm Elam. This is Talkaoke. Come and join us. This is a pop-up talk show. We're talking about, parks in South London. Is there enough parks in South London? A lot of the young people here, they enjoy the parks. However, they feel there's not enough public toilets. Pregnant women can't pop to the loo. And the toilets that we do have, they're not clean enough. But is the solution to poo in behind a bush? A lot of the young people feel that maybe pooing in public might be embarrassing, but why is pooing in public embarrassing? Maybe we can poo in a plastic bag. However, this plastic bag would last 150 years. Anyway, so many topics here. I know you've got something you're burning to say.
I rather not poo in a bag.
So where would you?
I'll let my dog do that.
Okay. So pooing in bags reserved for the dogs. Kane?
I guess I mean, obviously, sort of, there's a need for either more bags for people to poo in parks, or more toilets, or more bushes for people to go to the toilet behind. But if we solve that, what else would it be good for there to be in parks? I mean, should there be free pizza making? Because all the kids went off to pizza making just now.
Yeah, yes. What free activities should be available in parks, I think there's a park in South London that does have some barbecue, facilities. I guess you have to buy your own food, but What activities, what would you, Mikhail, what kind of things would you like to do in a park?
I would just, because I went to a fun fair before and there was no toilet because they were actually closed. So I had to wait because my house is like 5 minutes away and I couldn't hold it. So I had to wait for an hour and I couldn't hold it.
Right. We won't ask what happened next.
I had to hold it.
You had to hold it for an hour. So while you were holding it, what did you do? What did you see? What did you touch? What did you hear? What did you do in this park?
You know, stuff that people do, because I went on a roller coaster and it really was kind of scary because I couldn't even hold it. So I had to wait until the ride was over. But look, the toilets were closed, so I couldn't go, so I had to wait.
But you were on a roller coaster. Wow, that's really good to be able to hold.
Scared.
Okay.
And I needed to go to the toilet, so I was scared and needed to go to the toilet.
So you were scared from the ride, you were scared from weeing yourself, but good for you. That takes a lot of strength to be able to hold your wee for that long. That is actually a talent. Margot.
I wondered this, do people know, like, can human poo be used to fertilize the ground? Because I mean, if this is a conversation, if we talking about like having a poo in public and stuff, I mean, I have heard about people drinking their wee because it's some kind of a cleanser. I don't know enough information about it, but I mean, is there anything that we can kind of do to kind of fertilize the ground so we can plant more bushes so people can go in there?
That's interesting. Mikey, that's a good question. Mikey,
do you have the answers, Mike?
Generally, human poo is used to fertilise the ground. I mean, in the UK, they treat it and then they use it as fertiliser.
Oh, really?
So could we just like create compost heaps in parks instead of public toilets?
Oh, that's
more natural.
Let's get some final thoughts from you before you leave us. Any thoughts? Can we use human poo in a better way? Apparently,
just don't hold it in.
So, but what's the alternative if you have to? What do you do? I mean, a little tip. But this is a tip, guys.
That's my final thought.
Oh, thank you for the final thought. Thank you for the final thought.
You can stretch it
but
out.
You know
like
what?
A broader
a little tip for people who, when you are in that desperate situation, just think of something really, really dry. Whenever I'm desperate, I think of like bricks. It really helps me to like hold it in. Okay, that's just a little tip that works for me. I don't know. Georgia, and then I'll come to you,
This conversation making me thinking, I heard on the radio the other day that I think it's some water company in the UK has been fined like 6 billion or something. They've been fined a huge amount of money because they were putting sewage into the sea. I don't know where it was, what water company it was.
Wow.
Was it in London? No, it was here in
Mikey
England.
knows. Mikey
it was
knows
in the
about
UK.
Wow.
But they've been fined because they were doing it for like 6 years.
6 years?
Yeah. It's somewhere in West Sussex, that's it.
Come and join in the conversation. You're saying you're not
keep
surprised.
an eye on
You're not
little ones.
surprised. Wow. Oh, no. But that's really interesting. I mean, if it's true what Mikey was saying, that human poo, is sewage the same as human poo? What's the difference? Sewage, human poo? You had your hand up there. You're looking at the game. Okay. Evie? Mm-hmm.
Like, hello. I guess there's like loads of there's lots of house building, which I guess is good because there's lots of people who need houses, lots of people needing somewhere to live. But like in the same way of like, we need more public toilets. I guess like I wonder like what are the impacts of like more people moving in? I know around my area there was a massive development, but they didn't build any schools, any shops, anything. And so like now no one lives there because they just didn't make anything like. So when you build loads of houses, you also have to build other stuff to like. Yeah, like just a shop or a school or a GP practice or a dentist.
Where is this area?
It's up in it's Island. Is it Island Gardens by Canning Town? It's on its own kind of little spit of an island, but they just haven't put anything there to do, and it's quite a weird place to go around because it feels quite dead.
So you're saying like without local sort of facilities like schools, shops, dentists, doctors. The area is sort of lacks atmosphere in a way.
Yeah, and then people don't kind of move there. So it's just like you have like all this money was spent building these houses, and then no one really moves there or wants to live there.
Sounds like there wasn't much thinking. Kane?
I kind of just wanted to kind of connect the two conversations. So your point, Evie, about like having enough things to do in an area, and also the conversation about poo. And just sort of wondering why, when we build these new things, these new places, and like, you know, be they art centers or schools, whether we could use poo and make those into bricks.
How interesting. Can human poo be neutralized and used? I can see some odd looks over there. You know, come and join in the conversation. Let us know your thoughts. Oh, I know you had a point, and then I'll come to you. Oh, you had something to say earlier. Hey.
People are changing poo into fuel for trains, and they're also changing it into fuel for cars as well.
Oh wow!
Kind of poo, human poo, cow poo. Oh, so this has already been happening. You know, poo is being used to fuel, you know, vehicles. You know, I wonder how like the streets smell. You know, I know you had a point, and then I'll come to you.
I wouldn't do that. It'll stink.
So you're saying there's going to be a smell if you use human poo to fuel cars, etc. I want to come to you, and then you.
So I think if you use poo as petrol, the air would be very stinky, and it wouldn't be a pleasant smell.
So you're saying maybe avoid using human poo for fuel, but apparently this is already happening. Maybe you can find out where this is happening. Oh, great. Speaking to the microphone there.
It was in. I found it in the newspaper.
And do you remember which country? Where was this in the UK?
Speaking to the
microphone.
It was in UK and Japan.
So this is happening in the UK, happening in Japan. If anyone's been to, well, we're in the UK now. Kane, and then I'll come to you.
Well, I think if there's a worry that, you know, using poo as petrol would be smelly, maybe we invent. Maybe there's a pill that we take that makes our poo smell like strawberries.
Oh, I wonder, is there
chocolate?
Wow.
There's a point from the chat.
That's interesting. That's very. I'm going to come to you, and then I'll come to the Zoom.
I think that using poo as petrol might be a bit stinky, so I think most people will stay at home because they didn't like the smell of outside.
Wow. So everyone's windows will stay shut. Mikey, do you have a point to make?
Hang on, sorry. There's lots of things you can do with poo, but I don't think I think you can neutralize the smell as well and use it as a fuel. But I think when it gets turned into a brick for construction, it doesn't smell anymore.
Oh, right. I'm wondering if that's like a specific kind of poo from, I think it's a cow. I don't know. Hey, welcome to the chat. What's your name? Naomi. Talking to the microphone now. We want to hear what you have to say.
Why would they use poo as petrol if it stinks?
So, yeah, that's a good question. Why do you think people want to use poop as petrol? Why are people trying to find all of these alternatives? Join and talking to the microphone as well.
Wait, him or me?
Yeah. Welcome to the chat. What's your name?
Esrond.
Esrod. What's your point, Esrod?
I think it's because they got dog poop in the head.
Wow. So hey. So you think people have dog poop on the mind? What's your thoughts?
Personally, I don't think that they would really want to use human feces in petrol because first of all, it smells. Yeah. Second of all, people it would take quite a long time.
It tastes terrible.
I mean, I won't go into that.
It would take such a long time for humans to use the toilet and then for it to go into a processing plant where they turn it into energy or petrol. And building onto his idea about the pills to make it smell nice, I don't think the government will probably splash out on that type of money to make pills just to make your poos taste smell nice. So the rose will smell different.
Yeah. So I want to know, you're saying that the process to make fuel from poo will take such a long time that it just wouldn't be worth it. I mean, where does fuel come from? You know, how long does fuel take to make? I want to know, does anyone know the process from where the origins of fuel to when it gets to your local gas station or whatever it's called?
Mikey on the Zoom may just have the answer.
Did you have the answer, Mikey?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that like normal petrol is made from dead creatures and plants that died 100 million years ago. So it's quite a long process.
I thought you had a point. Oh, okay, he's gone.
And quite a smelly process as well.
Wow. So you're telling me that, like, actually maybe this idea of making fuel from human poop isn't so bad. Maybe because if you're saying that the fuel we use to power cars today, you know, it takes a whole hundreds of thousands of years to make.
Hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions of years to make. Interesting.
I can't even imagine this number.
Hey, Naomi, welcome to the chat. Join us. What's your point? What would you like to say?
Building on Naomi's idea, the reason why they decided to make poo as petrol is to be environment friendly. But they're trying to do it not to make the world smell bad, but to make the world a better place for animals and humans to live.
Right. So now we're getting to it will make sense now, right? So the reason why people are trying all these different ways to sort of make fuel is because they're trying to make the world a better place. I mean, tell us your name, actually, to remind us of your name.
My name is Kezia.
Kezia. So what other things can people do to help make this area or the area that you live a better place or the world a better place? Georgia, and then I'll come to you guys, and then I'll come to you.
I wanted to ask, what do people think is needed to make a place a better place?
That's a good question. What do you think is needed to make an area a better place? I'll come to you guys there, Naomi, and then I'll come to you.
I think to make the world a better place, I think we need to have more trees and more plants to keep us alive.
So more trees and more plants to keep us alive. What do you think?
I think
have a chat into the mic there.
I think is to make the world a better place.
And what do you think? What would you like to see in your area that would make you feel good, make you feel happy?
Animals.
Animals. What kind of animals?
Dogs.
More dogs. What would you like to? What do you think could make this area a better place? That's true. Thank you.
Can we talk about keeping people alive? Because to make the world a better place is that we need fruit so we can get healthy and, have, and vegetables.
So we need fruit.
So because we need stuff in our body that makes us healthy, because we only need a little bit of sweets and a little bit of
so you're saying we need fruit, we need vegetable, but less sweet. What's your point? What would you like to say?
Poof come from bonbons.
Interesting.
And if you eat fruit, it will help you to poo.
Wow, I mean, it sounds like you guys know so much about the human body. I know you had a point. Give us your thought before you leave us. Okay, it's too late.
And do you know? Poo helps you. Because it helps you from your belly.
Right. So you're saying actually. So I mean, what do we think? Let's get some final thoughts from you guys before you leave us. Let's get a final thought from you before you leave us. I mean, what do you think? Do we need fruits and veg to help us poo? Any final thoughts about anything we've spoken about today? Ah, wonderful. All right, we're going to get a point from this side. We're going to get a point from this side. Listen up, everyone.
From when we said from when we said about where to go to, I think that we need to also have a lot more fruit and veg, because that will help us and it won't hurt when we go.
Right, so that is just like what, that's just like what you know, the young man was saying over there, that actually fruit and veg helps us go to the toilet. I mean, what kind of fruits would you recommend that we eat to sort of make sure that we are, you know, pooping well?
I think kiwi, pineapple, and for the vegetables, I think we should have more carrots and more tomatoes.
Kiwi, pineapple, tomatoes, more carrots. Hey,
it's a good recipe for a smoothie as well, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Chuck that all in the blender, make a nice little smoothie, and you know, thank you for joining us, and let us know how everything goes. We want to hear what's going on the other side, so do come back and fill us in. Okay, I'm going to grab your point. Oh, did you have a point, Evie?
Go for it.
Yeah,
go for it.
Grab yours, Evie, and then I'll come to you.
You can grow some strawberries.
Have you grown strawberries before?
Yes.
Ah, how long did it take to grow?
Like it takes like a long time.
Mhm.
Sometimes it takes like an hour that you have to go to bed, and then it starts growing immediately.
Wow. So you wake up the next day and you start to see, you know, the seeds sort of, you know, sprouting. How interesting. How do the strawberries taste?
They taste like usual strawberries when you buy them.
Yeah. What are you growing this year then?
Probably some apples.
Some apples. Oh, yum. And hey, what is it? Zwende? Kezia. Well, what are some of your thoughts?
So, if you want to make the world a better place, when you cut trees, you plant more trees. So when there are more trees to breathe, and you need to stop being equal for everyone, and not just thinking about yourself. You need to think about others, because there's other people in need, and when there's something that you don't need anymore, you can't just throw it away, because for someone else, they will take it. They will like it very much, and they will take it.
So what I want to know is, like, what's something that you wanted to throw away, but so you're saying that we shouldn't just throw things away, but then what should we do with the things that we no longer want?
We can give it to charity, or we can give it to the people in need.
So we can give things to charity, give things to people in need, but then you're also saying when we cut down a tree, we should really be planting more trees as well, because trees is what helps us to live. You know, so do you live in Nine Elms? Do you live in this area?
Yes.
What kind of things do you feel? Okay. What kind of things do you feel would make your area a better place?
Well, I think there should be more kindness.
More kindness. Evie?
Oh, hello. It would be nice, I guess, like more places to grow fruit and veg as well, because everyone was talking about it earlier, but I'd like to grow strawberries, because even now when they're like in season, they're still more expensive than buying the apples. Even if the apples are from like Chile or South Africa or somewhere really far away, the strawberries are still more expensive, but they're quite tasty. I'd like to grow some.
I think the idea of growing things is getting a lot of applause online as well, so really good ideas there.
Mikey, have you tried to grow strawberries before? Any tips that you can share?
I have actually managed to grow strawberries, which is quite. I've failed growing a lot of fruits. Right now I'm trying to grow a pomegranate, but it's taking several years, and it's about this big now.
Wow. Wow.
But I just wanted to jump onto that point about there could be more kindness in the area. Was it from Kezia saying
Yes.
that? I think it was a really good point, but my question would be, how do you actually grow kindness in an area?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, what do you think? How do you think people need to be more kind in this area? Come and join us. Give us 2 minutes of your time.
Mommy, please.
Oh, that's your mom. Hey, well, I mean, don't worry. She's brought you up well. You've made some amazing points. But what do we think? How can we grow kindness in an area? Georgia? What's your name? Tell us your name there.
Just 1 second, guys.
Oh, one second.
Gonna change the
Un
camera,
momento.
battery.
That is number 4. That one's number 4. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, speak now. Don't need sit down and it will work.
Dennis, yeah. Oh. Yeah, what do you think about how can we create more kindness in the area? How can people be more kind?
You have to be so kind because they should eating healthy food and then they make you stronger and good and more stronger.
So are you saying that like the food we eat can have an impact on how kind people are? Is that what you're saying, Dennis? Wow, and what kind of foods would you recommend people eat to sort of be kind to others?
Apple and banana.
Apples and bananas. Okay, so apple and bananas are fruits that help to sort of...
So was orange.
And oranges as well. Yeah, help to sort of create kindness. That's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, I was just thinking because I guess like if you have a healthy diet, it kind of helps you with your mental health. You kind of feel better. If you can feel better about yourself, then you probably are more likely to be able to like listen and pay attention to other people and be kind to them, I guess, as well.
So it makes sense. Kezia.
Well, if you want to spread more kindness, you should do something that makes you happy.
Or if you talk into the microphone.
If you want to spread more kindness, you should do something that makes you happy. Because when you're happy, you will spread positive vibes.
And what kind of things make you happy?
Well, what makes me happy is spending time with my mom.
So spending time with your mom makes you happy. Yeah.
What I really like to do is watch Netflix with my mummy and have some popcorn with her.
What was the last thing you watched on Netflix?
And the last thing we watched on Netflix yesterday, we watched Sweet Tooth.
What was it about? What was that about?
It's about this kid who was born as a nocturnal animal, and then there's a big virus, and then his adoptive parents had to run away, and he was by himself, and now he has to hunt for himself, and he found a little family that would take care of him, but then they took him away because they caused too much trouble and that too many people are trying to break into their house to catch the nocturnal animal.
Oh wow, that sounds like an adventure. Dennis, what was the last film you watched? What things do you do to make yourself feel good, make yourself feel happy? Tell us.
Eating healthy.
Yeah. What kind of things do you like to do for fun? What fun things have you done recently?
If people are getting hurt, you have to help them, and you have to tell your parents are hurt.
So you're saying helping people makes you feel good? Like it's good to help people?
Yes.
That's really interesting. Evie.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about we were talking about how you make an area more kind and stuff like that. I don't know if if you have more open spaces which are there's an alleyway near where I live, and then there are probably less kind things happen there. Sometimes people get robbed there because someone can wait behind there and catch you unawares and things like that. So I guess maybe even the way that you make build a city can affect whether people are kind, because I guess if you're open, someone can see if you're in trouble, whereas if it's kind of a shaded area, maybe people can't see it as well. I guess the street lighting and things like that. So I wonder if there are practical things that you can do, or the colourful bridge. I wonder whether they're just the colourful bridge down there makes people kind of cheer up, and then they're more likely to be kind to each other.
That's really interesting. So you're saying that the environment, how the environment looks, the spaces that are in the environment can have an impact on how kind people are. That's really interesting. I mean, I know you've got a point there. Please share.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, in the environment, if you, whatever part you're in, and if you're a person of color and you need help, some people won't help you. They'll just look at you and just go away. They'll mind about their day, and they'll just think, well, they always cause trouble. I don't care. I'm just gonna leave them alone. And actually, they're the one who's causing trouble. Because if you didn't leave us, if you didn't be mean to us, then we wouldn't cause trouble towards you.
So you're saying that sometimes how the kindness that exists is dependent on the color of your skin, you know? Gosh, I mean, what can be done about this? You know, how can that be changed? You know,
because you can't just judge on what someone looks like from the outside. You have to get to know them, and then you'll know if you can be friends or
right. So
and you can know the people's.
Dennis.
And you can know the people too.
Oh, if you talk into the microphone there.
And you can talk to the people too.
So
if you don't know who they are.
So you can talk. So it's a little bit. So what we're saying here is that don't judge a book by its cover. You know, talk to people, and that's once you get to know them, then you can work out whether or not they're kind or they're not. But don't judge people, you know, from the outside. Margot?
Sorry if I missed that bit, if you were discussing how to kind of get people talking to each other, but I'm noticing that there's a lot of people who have already lived in this area, and there's some new people moving in the new blocks of flats, and I don't get a sense that they necessarily know each other very well. I mean, would you recommend any kind of ways in which people can get to know each other, like complete strangers, in a kind of like safe and like fun way?
That's a good question. How do people get to know each other?
Well, if you meet someone at a park, you can get to know them and maybe play with them at the park.
But if you see somebody playing and you want to play with them, how do you do that? What questions do you ask? How do you go up to a stranger? Like, say you saw somebody playing on the slide there and you thought, oh my God, that's fun. I want to play with them. How do you play with them?
You can just ask, for example, can I please play with you? And they will either say yes or no.
All right, so it just starts with a simple.
And I saw,
hey.
and last time I saw Esmond saying hi to a stranger.
You saw who?
Esmond saying hi to a stranger.
And how did that make you feel?
Happy.
Happy. Okay, so sometimes it's like, hey, can I play with you? Hi, it's just simple intros like that.
And if you want to play with people, if you don't know their name and if you want to play in the park, you just have to. If they're hard, you just have to tell your parents.
Okay, so if someone is horrible to you, you must tell your parents. Okay, that's a good point as well. Georgia?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think to help in the area for getting people to know each other, it might be a good idea to have like events like this rather than going up to strangers all the time. It's nice to talk to people, but I think we also have to be wary of strangers and not talking to people that we don't know.
Right.
If we're little. So yeah, like thinking about like what good events could you have so that you can get to know people in a safe way.
What can you do to get to know people in a safe way? Events like this. Tell us your name.
My name is Malachi.
And talking to the mic.
My name is Malachi, and personally, I think I go against the idea of not speaking to people you don't know, because, well, you're not really gonna, when you're younger, you're not really gonna have a chance to like develop like your speech and language with other people, and you might be anxious meeting new people, and that possibly like be bad in the future. For example, you get a job where you really should interact with people.
So where do you talk to people new? Where do you make new friends?
Usually at the park or online, or sometimes people I don't really talk to in the playground. I go to them sometimes and we just play for a while.
Right. So you're saying like at school you meet new people. If there's someone that you haven't really spoken to much online, how do you meet people online?
Usually there's like some types of games I join where you have to do like team, like team deathmatch or something. You join people and then you have to fight, and the winning team wins. Usually, I friend people and then we end up playing again. And we develop a friendship. But I've been warned before that sometimes it's not really like the best option, because sometimes they can just backstab you or something.
Right. No, I mean, how do you feel about having friendships online? I suppose you haven't met these people, right? So what is that like? You know, how does the friendship develop with people who you meet online? I see you got an Xbox Master there, so I'm assuming you play games online quite a bit. So welcome to the chat. What's your name? Talking to the microphone there.
Joshua.
We got Joshua, we got Georgia, we've got Kezia and Malachi. Speaking to the microphone there. Dylan, Dennis, we've got Evie, we've got Kane on the camera. Oh, I wonder what game these guys are playing, crawling on the ground. Fun. Maybe
They're playing cats.
They're
playing dogs.
Oh, okay. We got Margot on the decks. We also have Mikey on Zoom, and this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. So you've already been here, so you can talk about anything. So we're talking about what kind of things you would like to see in our area. What places do we go to meet new people? How do you speak to strangers? Where do you make new friends? Online? Do you make friends online, at the park, at events like this, at school? Where do you make new friends?
Mainly online and real life. Like normally you can meet people at the park.
At the park, yeah, and online. Which do you prefer, meeting people at the park or meeting people online?
But it's easier for me to do it online because I would have to focus on normally I would focus on other things at the same time.
Right.
So it's kind of confusing.
Right. So you're saying that you prefer to meet people online. I mean, Kezia was saying that when she meets new people in real life, she wants to play with someone, she just says, hey, can I play with you? But how do you meet, when you want to make friends online, where do you meet these friends? Where do you meet them?
You can meet them in games.
In games. And how do you ask someone to be your friend online?
Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play the game?
So just as simple as, hey, do you want to play? What can you play? Sorry, it just reminded me of something. But
I've got a question.
Margot?
I've got a question because I don't really play games, so I'm really interested. So for instance, if you're seeing somebody in real life, you can kind of gauge, are they friendly? Are they kind of open to having conversation? And online, what do you kind of look for? Do they have a fun name, or do they have a fun avatar or picture? What kind of, or are they a good player? So you know that if they ask you to play with them and go oh yeah, cool, because how do you find out about other people online, I think is my question.
I normally just start a normal chat with them.
Right. So can you play, and then you start talking about other things. Okay, interesting. I know you've had your hand up for some time, and then I'll come to you, Kane.
So I think it's easier to make friends in real life than on online, because if you make friends on online, you could be just playing with a 50-year-old man, because you can't really show your face online, because then someone could kidnap you or something. So
you're saying maybe it's easier to make friends with people in real life because you can see them. Online, you don't know who you're talking to.
Yeah, and how to make friends online, you can join a game on the Roblox, and then you can check someone's avatar and you can chat to them, or you can role play with them, and if you like to play with them, you can ask them if they're allowed to friend you, and they can friend you.
Yeah. But
sometimes I just friend people because of their funny username or their funny avatar.
Right. So you're this is a funny username, funny avatar. Okay, so I'm just wondering. So you're saying that sometimes you could be talking to someone who's 50, but yeah, that's really interesting, right? Okay.
So I guess if for an event like this, how are there ways that things we can learn from video games about how could there be activities here that help people make friends with each other? Maybe we should all have avatars when we come to or sort of new names when we come to these festivals.
That's a good point. How can we kind of bring the gaming word to this real life? Do we need to have avatars? Do we need to have interesting names? Do we need to wear masks? What do you think?
challenge table 5.
Oh.
Because wait, I forgot what table 5 said.
Do you want to repeat what you said?
I was saying, do we sort of take on avatars, or is there things we can learn from video games about sort of meeting people in real life?
I challenged table 5 because if you go to the same festival and you always change your name, then they'll get used to your face, and then they'll know, well, you're lying. I can't trust you. That means you can't be my friend, and then you'll have no friend. Or maybe if you do it on your avatar, people will just base you off your avatar. So then they'll just, if you dress up like a rich person, they'll think, oh, you're rich, I want to be friends with you. If you dress up as a poor person, they'll be like, I don't want to play with them.
Right. So you're saying that, like, what your avatar might look like will have an impact on the friends you make. Also, if you look different at each event, maybe people won't trust you.
I feel like we've got somebody looking very different online.
Yeah, hey, who's this person on the Zoom there?
They may have a point. I don't know. They may be just a friendly cat. Can you give us a meow? No.
I mean, how do you speak now? That's my question. How do you sound? Joshua, is it?
I would like to object table 3, because it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. You can still be friends as long as you have a good friendship.
Right. So what does a good friendship look like to you?
You trust each other a lot, and you don't really be mean to each other a lot.
And you don't really.
But sometimes you can disagree on stuff.
Right. Hey, let's get a final thought from you before you leave us, and tell us about this bag that you have in your hand.
So I went to the West Community Centre and I made my own bag.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, it's got a flower on there. So tell us about all of the different symbols in the mic. Yeah, tell us about everything.
Well, it says my name so everyone can't rob me.
Oh.
And then I drew a nice flower because I think flowers are pretty. And then I drew a beautiful rainbow and some swirls. And then I did some dots to cover up the space.
Oh, it's lovely. Hey, I want a bag like that.
That's a really great bag.
Thank you for joining us.
Getting a round of applause, Kezia. You've been brilliant. Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you. You've made some fantastic points. Let us know how the rest of the festival goes for you. Wow, we've got friendship on the table. There's so much we're talking about right now. Georgia, and then I'll come to you, Dennis.
I was going to say, I think friendship for me is when someone really makes me laugh. I think laughter is a really good thing in a friendship.
Laughter. That's interesting. Dennis, what makes a good friend for you?
Make sure to play some more games, and if your parents take the game, your iPad or your phone, you have to ask your parents, please can I have the phone back, and your parents will say yes.
Right. So you're saying that sometimes your parents might take the phone away from you, and how do you get the phone back if your parents take it away from you?
You have to ask your parent to say, can I have your phone back? And the parent will say yes. If you answer, they will say if you answer, they will say no.
That's really interesting. Hey, it's how you ask as well. I know you had a question, Joshua, there, or you had a point to make, and then I'll come to you.
I would like to add on to table 1. Yeah. I think if they took away the phone, there's 2 points to it. Yeah. Either you were being really rude and they took it because you were rude and mean. And the second one, yeah, maybe like all your family's in one place and you're on your phone. Maybe you should spend family time with your family.
So you're saying there's and repeat the second reason why they might take it away from you.
Because you know, like if people like your family all meet up, yeah, maybe your parents or anyone like from your family might take the phone to spend more family time with you.
Right. So you're saying there's two reasons why your parents may take the phone away from you. The first reason is because maybe you've been rude, and the second reason is, maybe they really want to spend some more family time. They want there needs to be more family time. We've got a new face at the table. What's your name?
Anissa.
Anissa. So we're talking about friendships. Where do people make friends? How do you meet new people? And what's the first question you ask someone when you've met them new? Is it better to meet people online, in real life? What makes a good friend? So there's quite a few different topics at the table here. What do you think makes a good friend?
I think what makes a good friend is if you be kind to them and if you always tell the truth to them.
It's a little bit like what somebody else was saying. We've spoken quite a bit about kindness and how can we create more kindness in our area. Is it about, having more green spaces, having wider streets, having more fun things for young people to do, having more fun activities for children to do in parks? How do we create a kinder Nine Elms? Take a seat, join us. Take a little seat. Hey, take a seat. Let's hear. What's your name, by the way? Kim. Have a chat into the mic there. What was your point? So my question to you was, how do we create a kinder Nine Elms? How do we create a kinder South London?
Stop putting the rich first. Put a bit of everyone.
And how do you imagine that happening?
Because the rich is overtaking around here.
Speaking to the microphone there. Oh, take a seat so you can get a little bit closer. And so, yeah, come on. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Is this your son here? Wow, he's had some really interesting points, actually. So I look forward to hearing what you have to say as well. So you're saying that there's more rich people moving into the area. We have heard a lot about how this area has changed, but the Rainbow Bridge seems to be spreading a rainbow of joy over everyone. So
yeah, I understand that, but you're taking all the kids' services away. So then, what's the kids got around here?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to end up in crime. They're going to end up nowhere. You're taking everything of the kids, what the kids need in life. Yeah, cutting it down. You're cutting the school funding down. It's always the poor people that suffer.
Yeah.
Something needs to change now.
Yeah. So you're saying that over the years, the sort of resources for young people in the area, for poor people in the area,
I take myself
have been squeezed.
At the moment. I live at the embassy. Yeah. I can never go back to full-time work now because I live at the embassy.
Where is the embassy?
The American embassy.
The American embassy. And why can't you? Why
because
is that?
My rent's £900 and something pound. My council tax is £1,205 a year. What am I going to get a job? What, just to pay my bills? No.
So so tell me, what kind of things do you think people need in this area? You have kind of said that
you need to all stick together and change the government and learn to bring proper, Labour needs to come back in and bring a bit of swing back in because there's no fairness. Yeah, it's all about rich, what they can get, and what about the poor?
Yeah. So do you think people are coming together in the area? Do you think enough people are coming together? Not enough. What kind of things do you do to kind of speak up about these issues?
I try not to be too political about it because a lot of people don't like it.
Is this true? Do a lot of people not like too much politics?
Well, no, a lot of people don't know how to deal with it, and they don't know what to say in a sense. So they don't see the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Like the government just throw out stuff and expect you to understand.
Yeah.
To break it down, then when you're breaking it down, it doesn't sound right.
Right. Yeah.
So it's always the kids are always gonna get affected along the line, but they're quick to say, oh, the kids in this world, when it's not the kids in this world, because you're the people that's taking it. In a sense.
So you're saying that all of the cuts have led to
all the services being cut.
All the services being cut. But I have a question actually. So you're saying a lot of people, not enough people are coming together because a lot of people don't understand how to maybe speak up in a way. How did you already know how to sort of speak up?
The government's made themselves look a joke in crisis time. They have made themselves look a joke. Don't do this, don't do that, but they can do what they like, because they're MPs and they can do whatever they like, Life's not like that. If you're dictating to someone, we should all be doing the same.
Yeah.
Realistically, they're quick to bark at us what we should do, in a sense. Like
Yeah.
we should be sticking by law, we should be doing this, doing that, yeah. But they're not sticking by what they state.
Right,
This
right,
is why I
right.
say we need a new government.
We need a new government. We got some new faces around the table. Thank you for sharing your point. And what's your name? Olivia? Elliot, speak into the microphone.
Yeah, I've turned it up now so you can speak. Sorry.
Perfect. I mean, what do you think? You know, is there enough? Have a lot of the, you know, facilities for young people being cut? You know, I'm sorry. Remind me of your name. Kim was saying that, you know, a lot of the funding for schools have been cut. A lot of the funding for activities for young people in the area have been cut. So, you know, there's just not much for young people to do around here. I mean, what do you think? What kind of things would you like to see the government invest in to make your life happier and kinder? We've been speaking a lot about kindness here. So, Olivia, any thoughts?
I would probably say more sport clubs, because kids need to like exercise and have sports like from any age, maybe football, basketball.
So you're saying more sports clubs. How about yourself? What kind of things would you like to see?
I would like to see some more parks.
So you know, it's interesting. If you just wouldn't mind talking into the mic there. We've been talking quite a lot about parks, you know, this afternoon. You know, a lot of people felt that, yeah, although there are parks, there's not enough public toilets in these parks. So they go there and they have to quickly run home to use the loo when they're desperate. So has that been cut as well? You know, people are having to pop behind bushes. Some people don't mind, they said earlier. However, others find it a little bit embarrassing, you know? So, yeah, so you more sports facilities, more parks, Margot?
In response to what you were saying, Kim, earlier on today, we had a whole bunch of young people on the table and they were getting really, really political. So I think the feeling from what I was kind of picking up, that there is a lot of stuff that people feel very passionate about. And we were talking about, can the arts be a way of expressing how people feel and a way of making difference? And maybe to some extent, yes, but I think actually the atmosphere is very political here. And I think, yeah. And I think, you know, yeah, so I guess the question is then how to kind of best use people, you know, that energy, that kind of, you know, how do we rally, you know, in the neighborhood together, essentially, because like you say.
I used to volunteer in the kids centre up the road, yeah, the Avon Car Centre. They lost all their funding because of the EU, yeah.
Right.
Like, they lost all their funding, so they had to shut all their services, yeah. So then all the services around here got cut.
Right, so you're saying they got their funding from the EU?
Yeah, from the EU. It's based EU, yeah.
Right.
And when we come out the EU, their fundings, most of their fundings got flattened, yeah. So then the services went for kids. Like, I know it's all to do with like the political stuff, but I'm saying it affects a lot of people along the line. And then when you're cutting in the schools, you're cutting what they get.
Yeah.
Do you not think that they have to put in so much effort in the school to teach the kids? It's not fair. Yeah. If you haven't got the money in this world, you're not going to be nothing. This is how the government are showing everyone, and that's not the truth. You can be anything you want to be, but you've got to work for it. And that's the truth.
You know what, Margot was saying how, like, you know, I know earlier you were saying that, like, people don't really want to, you're trying to get too political because people don't really want to hear it. However, Margot was saying that earlier around the table, there was a lot of young people that were quite political. What do we do with this energy? You know, what do we do with this energy of people wanting to change the way things are? You know, is it about talking to more people? You spoke about breaking things down. Is it about having more parks, more sports facilities?
People need to see what they're actually voting for. Personally, that's my opinion. What do you want from your vote?
Yeah.
Before you put your vote, and you should think about that because it affects your lives.
So you're saying maybe people aren't thinking enough about what they vote
they're
for.
They're just seeing, tick, and then they're not thinking about what the tick means or the cross. Yeah?
Right.
If you've got money again, it goes back to the people always with money again. I mean, I'm not knocking people with money.
I can see
Don't think I am.
I'm just going to grab this point
I would
from-
never knock someone with money.
I never had any, so that's a very alien thing to me anyway. So, but I just had a that. Oh, sorry. Maybe. I just want to say, because I know that the council, I mean, by the way, we're not the council, but we're an art collective, but I know that the council is kind of interested in putting on a festival in autumn to celebrate the opening of the new train station that's there, Nine Elms and the Battersea Palace. Yeah, I know, right? And but I wonder whether what they should really do is to give that space for like kind of, I don't know, like political like platforming, you know, so people actually understand in a way that it's accessible to people what each tick means, like you say, because I really like that, because perhaps people just don't understand. I mean, yeah, we can do like arty stuff, we can do whatever it is, but do people actually understand what the tick
when I was
stands
18,
for? I know, one second, just Mikey, I know you've got your hand up, so yeah, just kind of flagging it, but go ahead.
But when I was 18, the tick meant nothing to me. Do you understand? So
maybe it's like a generational thing as well.
It is.
Right.
And you need to really think what you want, realistically.
Right.
I know you're not going to get what you want, but...
I'm going to bring in Olivia here. I know you had your hand up before, and then I'll come to you, Mikey, online. What am I? Yeah.
I think that people should have like a 2-day vote thing, so they have to think about what they want to vote for.
So you're saying that the time given to people should be 2 days, but so do people just have the 1 day to vote? You know, are people just thinking about who they vote for on the day itself, and they're not giving themselves enough time? Mikey, I know you had your hand up, and then I'll come to you. Mikey on the Zoom.
Yeah, he's just unmuting himself.
Okay,
Technology issues.
Yeah, I mean, I really agree with Kim's point that people don't really consider the consequences when they vote. I certainly felt that the vote at the moment for Boris Johnson was all about getting Brexit done without really thinking about who they're bringing in for leadership and what the policies are, if there were any policies. And I just think it's a very, you know, we live in such a complicated world with so much information, but the voting system we've got comes from like the 1850s. So, you know, if we were voting, it should be a bit more clear. It's like each issue, it's like, okay, we had a referendum saying, do we want to be part of Europe, not part of Europe? We voted to not be part of Europe. But what about all the other issues? Do we want, we don't get to vote on what we spend our money on. We don't get to, like, do we want to spend money on nuclear weapons or schools or youth clubs? We don't get to vote on that. And maybe it needs to be spelled out a little bit more, like not necessarily every single decision the government makes, but the basic kind of direction that they're taking. What if we can vote on whether we're part of Europe or not? Why can't we vote on those other things?
Right. So you're saying we're not I mean, do you vote? You know, so are we being given the opportunity to vote on enough things, or is it always just about one kind of thing? George, I know you had your hand up.
I don't know if they teach how the political system works in schools, but I think it needs to be taught from like a really young age. And my thinking is that they don't. I remember being in primary school and we were never taught about it ever. Like, I remember we had polling day and that was it. And that I was allowed to vote when I was 18.
Right.
And that was it. And I was always taught you weren't allowed to tell people what your vote was. That was it. But we were never taught about the political system, like ever. And then even, you know, they had like a vote about maybe 6 years on changing the political system. That wasn't explained properly. Like, it really wasn't. Like, so there were loads of people that voted against like a better political way of voting because they just didn't understand it.
Right.
So I think it needs to be taught in school. And
that's an interesting question. That's a good point. You know, you're saying that you didn't get taught about the political system at school. I mean, there's some young people around the table. I'm wondering, I know you got a point to make. Do you get taught about the political system at school?
I'm in the highest year of the school and they still haven't taught it yet.
Right. So how about yourself? Do you learn about politics and how politics works at school?
We learn a lot about rights, but we never really focus on it. Like, we'll go off topic to it and have like a lesson on it, but we won't really do anything about it.
Right. So do you think you Joshua, Olivia, do you think you understand how politics works today in the UK?
Not at all.
Not at all. And do you think you're gonna vote, when the time comes in 10 years or so?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, because every vote sort of counts. If you don't vote, then because like with Brexit, 20% and 20% is actually quite a lot.
Evie, I know you had your hand up.
I was just thinking when Georgia was talking about, like not being taught about, or everyone's saying not being taught about how to vote in schools, but then also not really knowing how. It's only been recently that I've really got involved in council elections and actually following who's representing me in my council and what they do, and that can sometimes have more impact on your day-to-day life and things like that. And then again, that's just something else we don't really engage with. And I think people sometimes think, council elections maybe are a bit boring or like maybe they might laugh at them or think they're not that important, but actually they are incredibly important. And I don't know why we have that disengagement from local politics.
Right. So you're saying actual local politics has a bigger impact on your day-to-day life. And Margot, and then I'll come to you, Georgia.
Yeah, I was just wondering because you mentioned that you were that at school you're learning about like different rights and that kind of stuff, and I wonder whether that's almost like a specific tactic. I think we're hearing a lot about rights of different groups, but maybe what I'm not hearing enough is this kind of like, okay, so but what do we do with it? Because it's really great to say like, this is my identity, this is, I'm a migrant, I'm a woman, I'm all the other things. It's fine to be those things and fight for those things, but how do I then take it to almost to the next level, and how do I impact the kind of society that I live in? And I've got to say, like coming from another country, I think I find it quite hard sometimes to fully immerse myself in a local community and be like, okay, I arrived, this is my community, because I never owned a property. I always have to like move from one place to another. And and it's either like work home. You almost don't have time to think about how you can engage with the community and how you can impact local politics. So I would really champion your view earlier about having 2 days to vote, where maybe 1 day is spent on educating yourself. We've got the internet. Literally, it's just sometimes what it takes is just like some focus time. I mean, people go and do jury services, do they not? Like, and I think they get even paid for it, or they get taken out of work for doing that jury system. And I think, if we really want to make a difference, I think there'll be maybe a way forward to really make a kind of concerted effort from the government to make people make an aware choice. But I have a feeling that it's not in government and big developers interest for people to know exactly what's going on, and to be just like fragmented and like pulled into little corners and fight for their rights, but really not seeing the bigger picture. It's just convenient.
So this is all intentional. None of this is by accident, what the government are doing when it comes to educating people around politics. Joshua?
I think, yeah. When we were talking about the educating about the politics and all of that, yeah, I think we should teach that when you're the right age to vote.
Right. So you're saying wait until you're the right age to vote. 18, was it? Georgia?
On with my point a little bit, and in terms of, it makes me think why we're not being taught in schools about the political system and how laws are made, and is it on purpose that we're not being taught about it? Because, and then so if you meant maybe other schools that provide a better education, maybe better education in inverted commas, are they teaching about the political system, and therefore those are the people that are going in to power?
Right.
And jumping off of what Margot was saying, jumping off of what Olivia was saying, I really quite like this idea of like having 2 days, and when you go and vote, you have to spend like maybe 4 hours doing that vote so that you can read everything. Because I think a lot of people, like Kim was saying, they just go vote, tick the person that they know, that they recognize the face of, and they haven't done any reading or anything. Whereas if you had like 4 hours where you had to sit down and read every single, like not every single thing, but then like at least a little bit of it, then people might be able to make more informed choices, rather than just being fed this media load, and then making the choice on that basis.
So more time needs to be given for people to make a bit more of an informed choice. I'm wondering if people were given 4 hours to vote, though. I mean, what would they do in those 4 hours? I wonder. Yeah, maybe if people are getting paid for it. I'm going to get Mikey's point, and then I'm going to come back to you, Olivia.
I just wanted to ask. I think Joshua made the point. I think we should only learn about it when we're old enough to vote. But how old do you need to be old enough to vote? Surely it's once you've learned about it, then you're old enough, or what you've got. It's more about having the knowledge, let's say, than being a certain age.
Yeah. So
in Scotland, 16-year-olds are allowed to vote. So are Scottish teenagers more mature than British teenagers?
That's
English teenagers.
That's interesting. How old do you have to be old enough to vote? I know you had a point, Olivia, there, and then I'll come to you, Joshua.
Actually, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Oh, no worries. If it comes back to you, let us know. Joshua?
I do think, everyone, when they're the age of 16 or 18, they're allowed to vote.
So you're saying at 16, people should be allowed to vote at 16?
Like in any country.
Yeah, in any country. So do you feel like at 16 you would feel comfortable, putting your mark or your X on that box and voting for someone? Do you know who you'd vote for now? If you were to vote, do you know who you'd vote for now?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Because I don't look into politics.
Pardon?
I don't know that much about politics.
You don't know that much about politics. I mean, did you have your hand up there?
America, when people voted for Donald Trump and then he turned out to be horrible, America didn't really know who they was voting into power. Now he's been there for 4 years and he got voted out really quick by Biden. But still, he was really racist, homophobic, and just not a nice person. People need more education.
So you're saying people actually didn't even know who they were voting for until he came into power. Wow.
He had billions, didn't he, before? So he held massive campaigns, massive things, and persuaded people to vote for him, but he wasn't even a good president.
Right, so you say maybe money had an influence. It's been like what you're saying, Kim, how money sort of controls everything. So you're saying the money, his wealth is what influenced people into voting for him. People saw him as a, viable candidate because he was rich. Is that the world we live in? Is that the world we live in?
That's the world we live in. That's the world he lives in.
That's the world he lives in.
We don't live in it. We've just got to do what he says.
Right.
In a sense, we've got to do what the government say us.
Yeah.
So, if he's rich, what's he got any worries about?
Seriously. I know, Joshua, you had a point there.
About Donald Trump, maybe, you should be careful of who you really vote for, because Donald Trump, nobody really knew that he would do that, but after the latest election, Joe Biden won, so maybe, if he turns out to be a bad person, I think we should, people in America should be more careful instead of voting randomly, because I'm pretty sure most people randomly voted Trump because they thought he was nice.
Right, so maybe people people may have liked his personality, maybe, and that's why people voted for him.
Also, with Joe Biden, I don't think it was. I prefer him to Trump. Trump was a horrible person, well, so far. But I think people just voted Biden because they wanted to get Trump out of power. They never looked at other candidates to move up to the top. And because Biden was quite well known, because he knew Barack Obama, and did he used to be the vice president? Or he used to know the vice president or something.
Right. So he was the vice president?
Yeah.
When Obama was in power. So you're saying that people just voted for Biden because they wanted to just get rid of Trump. They realized, whoa, this isn't the person who we thought we were voting for. All right, let's get Biden in. I know you had your hand up.
Yeah. Sorry, so loud. No. Yeah, and I think also people voted for Trump because it's kind of interesting. Also, he wasn't seen to be part of like that club of like like all the top politicians in the US who all knew each other, which is kind of what it feels like happens, I think, especially in London. And I wonder, like what Kim was saying about, you know, it just feels like it's everyone, like if you're rich, then you have like different rules, something like that. Like I think it's also with politicians or people at the top companies, it's also like being in that club of like, oh, you all know each other, or you all went to school together, or you all like go to the same, I don't know, pubs or something now. And it's like, also that's, I don't know, like near me, there's a big development again on Isle of the Dogs, which was passed through the day before a big tax law was changed about having to pay more tax on the development, and it's come out as a big scandal. But basically, the Tory MP who was like linked to it had just been like, well, look, like I'll sign this paper the day before, like before it comes through. Yeah, and it's like the stuff like that, just like being like having people in the know who know someone else who knows someone else, and then it just kind of it makes that divide even worse.
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
I tell you, it's all a bit sneaky. It just sounds all
sneaky.
a bit sneaky, you know.
But they know how to do it.
Right.
They know how to do it because they've got all the top people to find their ways to do what they want to do. Obviously, it's the truth.
Joshua, and then I'll get your point, Margot.
I think Obama should have just stayed as president because he was better than Trump. I think if he was just voted until Joe Biden tried to become president, I think America would be better than what it is now.
So you're saying if he stayed in power, things would be better. Margot, and then I'll come to you.
It's very interesting that we're talking about the American politics. It seems like it has quite a lot of impact on what, you know, on what's happening in this country. And I wonder, is there anything that, I mean, because the American embassy is just around the corner, right? I mean, can we do something about that?
I live on the embassy, yeah. I live on the embassy, no disrespect. And it's all about the embassy.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't think it was London. It's all about the embassy, like, because the embassy's there and all that. I understand that, yeah. But it's just, you've got to have a balance in life, I think.
But could the embassy just engage with the community a bit more? I mean, because obviously people are like really politically interested in politics, or is it just like this big monument that is the embassy? And okay, it's all about the embassy, but they don't come out, they don't engage. So you've got all these like really amazing views, particularly, you know, the young people here, but there is no way of linking out with the embassy. It seems bonkers to me. I don't know.
Yes.
But that's always going to be a way. Someone sitting behind a desk, focusing to something you're not going to meet. Do you understand?
Right. I want to come back to this point about the embassy, but I know Georgia. We'll get your point, and then we'll come to you, Olivia. So you're saying if Obama did stay in power after his time ended, then, you know, we wouldn't be living in a democracy, right? But also, what is a democracy anyway? Olivia, I know you had your hand up.
About the Obama thing, he didn't want to really stay president. He kind of wanted to leave it all, and I kind of see why and like respect his opinion on it, because power is a lot to handle. It can be like good or bad, but either way, like let's take Charlie D'Amelio for an instance. She's not like a
And
bad.
who is Charlie D'Amelio?
She's a TikTok star. I don't really know much about her, but she gets a lot of hate.
Come and join us. We're talking about another P word, politics. Come and join us. Come and find out. Let us know how the cupcake is. So continue your point about Charlie D'Amelio.
She's like famous. She's not like anything. I feel like she doesn't deserve her fame, but she's done nothing wrong to get hate. But because she has the most following on TikTok.
Right.
So she's very famous. If you go on TikTok, the first person you're going to think about is her. But it's kind of hard sometimes because I don't have anything against her. I'm not even on the side of TikTok, like dance TikTok. But it's really, I kind of feel bad for her because she gets a lot of hate for like not much reason. Like, she didn't do anything wrong.
Right. So she's got the biggest following on TikTok, but quite a few people actually find her a little bit irritating that she has grown to so much fame from not really doing much.
Created dance.
She created a dance.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Bella Porch as well. She's another TikToker. Obviously, Addison Rae is like a bad person, but Bella Porch and Charli D'Amelio aren't that bad. They have like big followings, but people need to remember that they gave them that power to have big followings. And even
Who is Alison Rae? Who is Alison Rae?
And I would just say that we've just got a point from Mikey on the chat, and then I think we're gonna be into the final thoughts.
Okay. Wow, but there's really interesting points being made about TikTok, Charli D'Amelio. You know, what is her appeal? You know, why? But let's grab this point from Mikey, then we'll come to you, Joshua.
Well, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay.
Yes.
I just think we live in such a weird world where, you know, TikTok influences can have all this power, but we still, as I said before, live with this Victorian system of decision making. We haven't moved on with any of the technology, or haven't created a better way for people to participate in their politics. And I think, you know, a lot of the issues we've been talking about today could be sorted out if people had that more direct sense of a say and involvement in what's going on, both in their local area, but nationally and globally as well. And by the way, I just wanted to point out that in America, there's a law that your president can only serve 2 terms and then they have to retire. So that's why Obama came out of office. He'd served for 8 years, which is the maximum in America.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Mikey. But I'm finding this interesting about this whole, like, who we vote for, you know, the power of the vote, and also as well the power of the follow on Instagram. You know,
should it really be
on TikTok? You know,
for? Should it be a person, or should it be policies and you know, ideas? Do you know what I mean? Is it too much about a person?
Are we just too obsessed with people? Is it too much about people rather than, should it be more about the individual policies, you know? But, and also is talking about someone, following someone on TikTok, giving them the power, even though we might not even like the fact that they're as famous as they are, but us engaging with them is what's making them popular. Wow. Okay. This is a really interesting point. I know, Joshua, we have come to the time of final thoughts, but I just wanted to grab your point, Joshua. And perhaps this can be your final thought as well.
I would like to object table for Charli D'Amelio. Has a 5-star chef chair, and she didn't want to eat the food that the chef made. And she wanted chicken nuggets.
So you're saying that, you know, she's got a 5-star chef.
She's ungrateful.
Okay, so the reason why you don't like her is because she's ungrateful. She's comes to this level of fame. She's got a 5-star chef, and she doesn't even want to eat the food that this 5-star chef makes. Then who knows? Maybe chicken nuggets is what we all really need in our lives. Maybe it's not about the 5-star living. Maybe it's just about getting some chicken nuggets. What is life like for the famous?
It was actually all staged, and the chef actually made a video saying that he staged all of them and it was on a script.
So what is real or what is fake? You know, what is real and what is fake?
Is TikTok American?
Is TikTok American?
No, it's from China.
It's from China. But I'm wondering, wow, so here's this news story that you shared with us, but it was all fake. And probably she got more likes and followings from it, and everyone got more attention. She made more money from this, isn't it? Okay, so we've come to the time of final thoughts now. What's your final thought, Kane?
Yeah, I guess we've sort of been talking a little bit about TikTok towards the end here, and I guess I'm just quite interested in, like TikTok's obviously like really short, like a short video format. Like most TikToks only last for like 10, 15 seconds. Do you think like maybe in politics with politicians, or like with the activity, like, with cultural activity, with like music festivals and free events, would that all be a lot better if it was only 15 seconds long?
So I wonder if this chat was
short form. Yeah, like maybe this should have only been 15 seconds.
Interesting. Should we be living life in a 15-second burst? What's your final thought, Mikey? You got 15 seconds to make your final thought.
Well, I'm quite like this idea that everyone's got a maximum of 15 seconds to make their point on Talkaoke. I think it would flow much better if we only had 15 seconds.
Then what's your final
15
thought?
seconds
Hey,
over.
that's
it.
All right. Joshua, what's your final thought?
Final thought, yeah. It's more of like a point mainly, yeah. TikTok does have more than 15 seconds. It can go up to a whole minute. Then recently they've added 3 minutes.
Hey, so they want to suck more of our brain cells.
So it's eventually just going to turn into YouTube.
That's your prediction. That's your prediction. Yeah. What's your final thought, Georgia?
From listening to the two young people on the table, I'm not going to be 15 seconds, by the way. It's just making me think of these generations that are coming in, and how I grew up without the internet, and I saw the internet coming in, and how young people these days, you're so exposed to the internet, and it's just such a thing that is taken for granted. And it just makes me like see the difference between growing up in an internet era and growing up not in an internet era, and like the influence of things like Facebook and TikTok. I know Facebook is for older people now, but I remember when Facebook got made and we made our first Facebook accounts, and that was a big thing, like a big thing. So that just makes me think like about the eras of internet and how it's changed people's lives, and yeah, for the better and for the good, for worse as well.
The era of the internet, how has it changed people's lives, for better, for worse? Kim, what's your final thoughts?
I think it has changed a lot of how to change it. I think it's give you a lot more sources. You can find out a lot more on the internet, but it's not all true you find on this internet. Yeah?
Right,
There's a lot of rubbish on there.
There's a lot of rubbish on the internet.
There's a lot of rubbish on there, you would believe. So it's not all great to have all this internet, to be truthful, yeah? Because we've gone from the stage of reading books now to internet.
Yeah. So people are ditching the books and then jumping on the internet. What's your final thought, Olivia?
To argue against Kim's point, I do think the internet is quite good and a good idea, because with books, you can read books, but they're more expensive. On the internet, it's free. If you have Wi-Fi, it's free to like browse. You can find obviously there's bad sides, like people who like kids, like them sort of people. Yeah, but there's like a lot good on the internet. Of course, it's like split into, but if you search for bad things on the internet, you're gonna find it. Like if you search Pornhub, for example, you're gonna find it, because it's not gonna just be on your browser if you get a new Google.
So you're saying if you search for bad things, you're gonna find it. But I suppose for our next discussion, is that a good thing, being able to just quickly search for some bad things and it's being there? What's your final thought? Any thoughts about anything that we've spoken about today? Any thoughts about any opinions about anything we've spoken about today? What's your final thought?
I don't really have any.
Yeah. Any points that stood out for you that you've thought, oh, okay, I'll think about that?
I think we should have a better voting system.
A better voting system. So we've just come to final points. What's been your favorite thing that you've heard today?
Spaghetti.
So
spaghetti bolognese. Was that?
Spaghetti
I
bolognese.
ate it before. In Ghana, yes.
Oh, lovely. So, wow, you ate
Big
it
up
before in
spaghetti
Ghana as
bolognese
well.
in Ghana.
Hey.
So I think we came to the end of the
And now,
Talkaoke
did you have a final thought?
Can I tell you one more thing, please?
Oh, I had one, but and now it's escaped me. No, I think I just enjoyed. Like everyone was talking about, actually one of the simple things that you could do, which would make a really big impact, is having more funding for clubs and more sport. And I think that is a good way of like not just making sure that everyone like is healthy and like kind of talks to each other, but like if you're going to have all these people coming in, including probably kids from that side, from this side, having like cheap or free access to sport means everyone can get involved and kind of chat to each other and kind of maybe breaks down some of those barriers that we like that feel like maybe exist at the moment.
So it may create a bit more connectivity. We've come to final thoughts, Margot.
I think my final thought, I mean, today has been really, really good because we went on quite a journey in an earlier session and now. But I heard this thing said recently and it really made me think. And on the back of what we've been talking about politically and TikTok and that kind of stuff and free knowledge on the internet, I've heard this sentence which said, if something is free, then you are the product. So I'm thinking about that a lot.
We have come to the end of today's session. Is there another final thought, Dennis? What's your final thought?
Speak to the mic. I was there.
Yeah.
She's not speaking. That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you for joining us.
I am speaking.
Thank you for joining us. And
can I say one more thing, please?
Sure, go for it.
How old are you?
How old am I? It's not about me, it's about you. But we're going to hold that thought, and at the next Talkaoke session, we'll find out how old everyone is. All right, thank you very much for coming. Yeah,
big up everybody. We've been to People Speak. Grab a card on your way out.
Follow us on the Google.
We've got some business cards.
Instagram, the whole shebang. All right.
Thank you so much, everybody. Big hand to Elam and to Evie, to Kane and Georgia, and Hector, who's not here, but hopefully he'll be here, and to Mikey on Zoom. Thank you, Mikey. We're going to now clock out. I hope that's okay with you, unless you've got any words of wisdom you want to say. Remember, this is all being recorded still. I'm going to end the recording now. Bye, Mikey. We've been the People Speak, just in case you're wondering.